blessed enough, I guess.
No, they're gonna do intros and then we're gonna do the opening song.
Munigajib, Mawach Munigajib, Nogam Gagishgak. It's a beautiful day. And thank you to the drum for inviting everyone back into the assembly. So we would like to call this session to order. This morning's session, I know there's a lot of visiting and chatting going on. We would like to welcome everyone back. Just a reminder to everyone, chiefs, delegates, please make sure you register this morning. So if you haven't registered, if you can go to the registration booth, make sure that you have registered. So we will be getting underway very shortly. It is almost 9 o'clock. And we are, of course, prayers for a good day. We have a lot of things to deal with this morning. And we will be turning it over to Gary and Chop for the ceremony this morning for the selection of the Regional Grand Chief and the Regional Deputy Grand Chief. A reminder, yesterday we had the opening prayer, the Ngodwe Wangazit. So we will not be doing that this morning. Yesterday's opening opened the 2-day session. Of course, we will close at the end of today. So with that, I'd like, if you are able to, if you can, please stand, and I will ask the drum to open today's session. Miigwech.
Way
Miigwech. Miigwech to the drum Thunder Earth, Tkame Nimiki from Manitoulin Island. Miigwech, thank you for opening today's session. And again, on behalf of my colleagues Vera and Kingston, Munigajib. It's a beautiful day. At this point, we will turn it over to Gary Dokis and CHOP Gordon Wendebins for the selection process for the Regional Grand Council Chief and the Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief. So with that, Gary has the microphone and we will turn it over and he will lead the session. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Adam. Big important morning that comes around every 3 years for us, and actually 6 years since we did this actually face-to-face and standing up. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chop in just a moment. He's going to talk a little bit before we start our session this morning. I just have to follow up a little bit yesterday when I talked about the history before we started. I had a youth approach me yesterday after the session was over and tell me how much he enjoyed hearing about the history of our election process. And we got talking a little bit and he asked about my cap, and I didn't go into it yesterday because it's only 6 years ago. I thought everybody here knew that story, but it turns out not everybody does, certainly not the youth. And I know there are some new chiefs around since 2018, and I did wear it in 2021, but it was for on Zoom, of course, for the elections. And anyway, just to give a quick update on the story before I turn it over to Chop. Back at 2018, we had a nation building meeting prior to Grand Council in Fort William. And at that meeting, Gordon pulled out this captain's cap and he gave it to me and he said, you have to wear that for important occasions. And of course, the important occasion coming up then was the 2018 Grand Council chief elections. So it's something that I've worn proudly since then. I'm sure some of you must have wondered, who's this guy taking over the assembly thinking he's a captain here or something like that. Interesting enough, and I'm not sure if Gordon knew this, that in my first career, I actually was a captain on in North Bay on Lake Nipissing. Actually not a captain, but I had a captain's certificate. I was first mate most of the time that required you to have a captain's certificate. So I did actually have that. I'm not sure if Gordon knew that when he gave me the hat. So I guess he told me always to wear it when there's important events, and I think the elections are important events, so that's why I'm wearing it. The Grand Chief was wondering, like, who's higher in the structures, Grand Chief or the captain here, and I just thought I should clarify that today. We're having a Grand Chief election, and I think he's there, deputy, and then the captain's under somewhere under there. But anyway, I just wanted to give a quick update since that came up yesterday. Now I'm going to turn it over to Chop.
Hari bonjour, kwe sego wache tonse. Meno kje bagot, nishnabe kwe. Hakere mangan go mangan do shagain da tanum sing nunjba nishnabe da. There's a lot of things that are shared here when we're doing protocols, when we're doing our ceremonies. I sat down with our head Gitsit here a few times, and we were talking about a lot of the procedures that we have and why they're in place. It reminded me of my dad, actually, when we were talking, because he would get mad at me. He would get mad. If you knew my dad and if you seen him get mad, you would know. Then you would really know him. And it was funny because at times he'd get mad at me because I wouldn't speak the language. He would just come by in the back of my head, and like what I said the other day, he'd hit me. Paneh. And I would laugh at him. I know. You know, it was funny. And that reminded me of a lot of things when we were doing them last night. And if you joined us up at Laurentian last night, there was a lot of differences that were in place, and we talked about this morning. When a leadership bundle is passed, something is always given. that leadership bundle, because every one of us carry bundles, but there's a specific leadership bundle that's passed, and then every single time when that bundle is out, there's always something given. And we have to remember that when we're given an opportunity to learn, to understand, to even pass on something that maybe we're carrying, we're all charged with something specific. Each and every one of us, whether it be in our clans, whether it be in the language, whether it be with our ceremonies, it doesn't matter. Each and every one of us are charged with something very, very specific. Language speakers, Abishai. Nani buen. Nani buen. Nani buen. Nishke. Nishke maba. Nishnabe kwe. Echapitin dagwas maba. Each and every one of these individuals are charged with passing that on to each and every one of us. Because one day, we're not going to be here, just like myself. Just like that old man that should be standing here right now. What a bit. And I want to acknowledge these ones that carry that and that are passing that on, because there are successors there. These are what we have been charged with, exactly what we're doing here. Passing this on, because I don't want to have to be here in 3 years and do this. In all honesty, I didn't want to do this in the first place, to be honest. And I told the old man that before he left. I said, I don't want that. And he said to me, he turned that stick around that he had, bonked me again on the head. And I just put my head down, because you know. But those were a lot of the things that would happen. And I just want to share this with each and every one of you guys. I'm sure that is, I heard a few times yesterday what happened in my community. In 2001, there was a building created. A building designed specifically for this purpose right here, what we're doing. Specifically designed to bring unison in not only communities, but families. Whether it be bringing in newborns or leaving in that western door. This place, we've traveled to Winnipeg to see the first one. We wanted to understand exactly what it was and how it was built and how it was structured. Because of the comments I heard yesterday and the phone calls, I got phone calls all day yesterday. I had a very, very difficult day. And I think you know what building I'm talking about. I'm not sad. I'm not hurt. The thing is that what we have to remember, these buildings that we create are designed for a specific reason. But they can be designed again. They can be created again. What we have to remember is that life cannot. I'm happy no one got hurt. That's the main thing. Nobody was hurt during that time. And we have to remember that, because a life cannot be rebuilt. When we did the leadership down there the 1 year, I was sitting there listening in the back, because before, when my dad was around, I would always stay in the back. I would make sure I'm off cameras. I wouldn't hide in the back somewhere And then he would come back after the end of the day, because I would leave, and he would come sit with me. And he said, "Did you see this? This is what we need to change a little bit. We need to incorporate that again, because our clan government system is a part of this, and this is what we're going to be demonstrating today." I was reminded by one of my friends yesterday about it, and I know, and I apologize for not incorporating this. Our clan systems are very, very important, especially when it comes to these kinds of ceremonies, these kinds of elections, because we're not Jagannashak. So today, I'm going to put a chair on these doorways here, and I want to make sure that we have our turtle clans and our fish clans sitting at these doorways. Our turtle clans are our mediators when we're having a difficult time, just like on this staff right here specifically. If you have a really good look at these feathers, there's one feather that is flipped, and it's flipped for a reason. And I spoke about it last night in the lodge. Opposition is good because we need it, no matter what kind it is, but it has to be done in a proper way. Kagego Jaganash, we're not Jaganash. We don't scream and yell at each other. We do this in a positive way still, because it can be done. Our mediators in those turtle clans will help us understand the clarity that needs to happen at that time. And our fish clan alongside with them, because sometimes when you go into different territories, those will change. Each one of those clans will change depending on the territory you live in. They're not exactly the same. So today we're going to be making sure that those doorways here are covered with 2 of those clans. So I'll ask all of you right now, is there anybody that sits in those clans? And I'll ask maybe one of you to sit here during this process when we begin. Please. I'll bring you some sama, because we have to remember our protocols. Sama is our way of signing that contract. Sama is always first. I can say, oh, I'm going to ask my friend Craig, I want you to come here and I want you to do this, but I'm not going to give him Sama. I'm waiting for him and waiting for him and waiting for him. And then I'm going to remember I didn't give him any Sama. I've seen this done before. And then I would go over and ask him, why didn't you come? I wish Sama. But you always have to remember, and I got suckered into this before. And I ended up in Saskatchewan. There was one of my teachers, his name was James Iron Eagleba. He came over with Sama, and I was just small. I think my cousin Cheyenne was there this time when we were in the lodge. And he came over with a little package of Sama. He asked me to help him make a lodge. And then right away I said, oh, okay. But I didn't ask where we're making that lodge. And then I accepted the Sama without asking. The next year, I was in Saskatchewan. But that's the responsibility that we have as soon as we take it. We have to make sure we know what that Sama is for, because that's a contract agreement, not only in between those 2 individuals, but also Mishom to understand. This is why when we did that nomination process yesterday, we would pass that Sama and they would have to accept. So today, when we begin, we're going to make sure those doorways are covered. And I believe that as soon as we begin, the individuals that are going to be standing right here, they're going to be looking right at this young man sitting in front of me. One of them, and then the other one's going to be on the other end. Just like a traditional dancer will never step backwards while they're dancing, while they're telling their story. Ogama is the same way. You don't look back. You stay forward. Look forward. When we're talking about the stories and we're passing those on, we make sure we explain them though. We make sure we explain the process. And that process is, it's not only the fact that there's going to be a lineup behind you to support you, but we want to continuously move forward. We don't want to look back because we're not there anymore. Mia, nastatam? Miigwech kibijaying. Hi.
Miigwech, Chop. So you need a moment to set up your clans. And a reminder to put your phones on silent mode. So give Chop a moment to set up the doorways with his clans and offer some semla for that. Then we'll get into the election portion. Chop's right, that was a very, very powerful sweat lodge last night. I know at one point he said his old man was sitting there with us and watching us. And I have to admit, when I was listening to the songs last night, I could hear, well, I guess it is Gordon, but what he'd call his old man, Gordon Sr., singing those songs with us last night. Reminded me of most of the sweat lodges I've gone to in my life or have been with Gordon. So it was very, very powerful. And many of you probably realize I lost my partner a few months ago, and I felt her last night too. And Gordon and Mona were the best of buddies, and I'm glad they came together and sat with us last night. And I was glad to know that they're taking care of each other because they're good friends. I'm sure they're having lots of fun together. So we're going to get into the election portion. So just going to have a quick chat with the drum. Okay, so Thunder Earth's going to play a song. He's going to invite the chiefs into our circle here for our Deputy Grand Council Chief elections, and also the candidates for Deputy Grand Council Chief. I'd invite you to join the circle as Thunder Earth sings a song to bring us into the circle here for our Deputy Grand Council Chief elections. Oh, Richard? Okay, Richard is going to ask for a few words.
Beka. Aha. Aha, nagi wech ma kun tak opportunity ganan jot te dot for now. I'd like to ask in this room to shut all cameras off. Everything. Let me know when. Yeah, let me know when.
Buffalo. And it sounds simple when he says it, but what a powerful teaching. Whenever things aren't going your way, sometimes it's easy to say, hey, Gary, be Buffalo, and snap yourself out of it. It really works. It's so simple. He said, like you say, you always got to keep going. You can't go hide. You can't go turn around and go back. And I really appreciate that teaching. I've told it to a lot of people since then, that because it's so easy to pull yourself out by, just think of that. Be a Buffalo, go ahead. And it really works. So, miigwech, Richard. Okay, so we're going to call Thunder Earth to play a song, and we're going to call the chiefs into the circle here, and also the candidates for Deputy Grand Council Chief. So we're going to have that election process starting now. Thunder Earth. Oh, miigwech, Thunder Earth. Okay, so you can be seated. Just go through the rules. I know most of you have done this before, but just go through it one more time before we actually start. Also, if you haven't registered, maybe we need an accurate count for the vote. I just identify yourself and the staff will come to you. And also, while I'm going through the rules, the staff are going to come through and do a vote. Al, are they, anyway, identify yourself to Al if you haven't registered, and they'll make sure you're registered for today. Okay, so we start off with the speeches. Each nominee for Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief will have 10 minutes to address the Assembly. The drum will keep time, and we saw that yesterday, and today they'll give you a warning after 9 minutes. The nominees will call by order of nomination, and the order yesterday was Chris Plain and Melvin Hardy. The drum will give you a warning, like I mentioned, after 9 minutes. After we do the speeches, the drum will play another song to begin the election portion. During that time, the election officer, Chop, is going to be lining the candidates facing that way. We're going to remove those chairs for that part of the election, and Chop's going to line up the two candidates over there. So I'll ask the drum to play a song during that portion. And then after the two candidates are lined up, we'll ask the chiefs to go, chiefs or proxies, to go stand behind the candidate that they support. We mentioned yesterday the youth have an important role, and you can see them all there already. Look, what, we've got 5 of them. I don't think Sarah counts. No, sorry, 6 youth there. And you'll see they take this role very importantly. And like we said yesterday, when this process was developed by Gordon, he always wanted the youth to see this. So we have somebody to carry this on into the future. Once the youth have done their count, they'll come see me and they'll give me their counts, and we'll just cross-reference to make sure everybody's got the same number. And then we'll announce the results. I guess in my rules here, we say we keep doing this till we have second ballot, third ballot, till we have somebody with majority of chiefs behind them. But today, because we only have the 2 candidates, actually for both positions, will only be for 1 ballot. After the youth have reported the results to me, I'll announce the successful candidate. The runner-up will have 2 minutes to thank their supporters. And then after that, we'll ask the chiefs all to stand behind the candidate had the most supporters as a show of unity. And at that point, we'll ask the drum to play a unity song. After that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll have the drum call you back in for the Grand Council chief elections, and we'll do the same process. So we get to the point where it's time to start the process for today. So like you say, we're going to hear from each candidate. They each have 10 minutes. And in my order, I have Chris Plain speaking first. So I'm going to turn the microphone and talking stick over to Chris.
Much, Gary. Ani, Bojo, given the Maga Indigenous cause, Hamjanong Donjaba, Adik Dodem, Gima and Dow. Good morning, everybody, chiefs, proxies, delegates, elders, youth, Anishinaabe citizens, and to Mendoka Bay. Welcome everybody this morning to a monumental occasion. For those of us who have participated before, will know that this is a very special occasion and a very special ceremony, has been indicated by our elders and those who have opened for us. I'd like to acknowledge our drum, our staffs, and our sacred items. Down here below, I see an Aamjiwnaang blanket. This was gifted to this bundle when it started in 2009 at the Grand Council Assembly in Aamjiwnaang when we had the stand-up election. At that time, we elected Pat Madabi and Glenn Hare. And so I believe this blanket has been here now for about 6 elections, minus the online ones. I'd like to acknowledge my nominators, Chief Joe Muskogeman. Not only is he a nominator and a friend, as he indicated, but he's a mentor. And to be nominated by a mentor is a great feeling. He's been around for, in somebody else's words, a long, long time. And you know, I've sat with 5 different chiefs from Chippewa, and Joe was the first, and now he's back again. And to have him acknowledge the things that I've been able to do in my community is profound, because he has a very aggressive and a very progressive community as well. And it's nice to have that acknowledgement. And to my friend Chief Brzett, I thank you as well. Your uncle was another mentor of mine, and you have big shoes to fill in a community close to ours, and you're doing a wonderful job in your first term, and I'm proud of you as well. To Scott, you had some words yesterday for the Grand Council Chief nomination that I think resonated, and with me it resonated particularly because. I will correct Joe. I was, elected in 9 consecutive elections in Aamjiwnaang, but there was a time in 2016 where I took a term off. went and ventured off into different areas and, had some good learning experiences. But at that time, Aamjiwnaang elected their first female chief, Joanne Rogers. And today we have four of female council members here to support Aamjiwnaang, and I'm very proud of them. And we also have a member of our youth council. And this young man lives in London. He has a strong connection to our community. But he's on our youth council, and he's the only youth council member who wanted to come. So he drove from London, rented a car, and came on his own just to be here. And I think he might be the one that was talking to Gary. I'm not too sure, but he's very inquisitive, and I'm very proud of him that he's made that effort to come here. Scott also mentioned yesterday my dear late great uncle Fred Plain. And why he's important to me is because as a sitting chief in Aamjiwnaang in the 60s, he left his position and came to the Union of Ontario Indians to be the first president, as they called the Grand Council chief then. And it was a position he held for a while, and he moved on. And, we talked about Anishinaabe, one family. And, Fred, he dedicated his life away from his community. He went to work in Treaty 3. He went to work in Nain, and he was the Ontario Regional Elder while they held that position for Gord Peters. And he was a man, of conviction and a man of depth. And so I'm proud of him, and proud of the fact that I'm in the position that he is in right now as a sitting chief of Aamjiwnaang. And I don't want to lose the vision that he had set aside, for this organization. And we heard about that yesterday from Chief Patsy. We're getting away from the political arm, the political strength of our collective nation, and getting into program and service delivery. Program and service delivery is good, because we can do that to our own and for our own, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we need to stay strong in our political beliefs. I decided to run because there is no position, there's nobody in this position currently. We're starting back. We're going back to 1-1 from 1-4, and I'm one who likes to help people. I'm one who likes to lend support. I'm not one to take somebody's position from them. I'm one to offer what I can to make those people stronger. So there is nobody that I'm taking any position from. So I afforded myself the opportunity to come and speak to all of you and allow my name to stand. I was approached and encouraged to run by people from different regions and staff included. And, to that I say, I know the difference between political and administration. I know the boundaries of workplace and workspace, and I allow them to do their jobs upon direction, because they are the ones who do the support and the work for us. I look forward to building that relationship with 150 staff. Chief Muskookman talked about how I was able to turn around my community. Well, we have a lot of great people in Aamjiwnaang and not a lot of great resources. But the truth of the matter is, I came in at a time when it was, very, very, very traumatic in our community, and we were going through a forensic audit. I'd lost all the senior administration. So what I wanted to do is I hired all Aamjiwnaang band members with degrees to come in and fill all those senior positions, and we worked together. And we built our staff from 38 to 150, and we built our members' equity from 38 million to 121 million now in a short 15, 20-year time. So, we are progressive. We have an opportunity. We have experience in joint ventures. We have experience in specific claims. We're under current state of emergency for an industry leak, which has afforded us an opportunity to meet with several government officials, provincial, federal, and we had that industry shut down, because, human life is matter to us. And, we talked about the fact that we're right holders, we're not stakeholders. And, we made national news and we were able to get that done. I never really campaign. I don't campaign at home. I believe in the traditional style. You're elected because the people see in you what you have to offer. I'm not one to really talk about myself, but I will say to Chief Nignabi yesterday, he made a point about the regions, and I come from the Southwest region, but I'm really come from the Anishinaabeg Nation. I don't believe in regions. I don't believe in biases. I don't believe in, you know, well, I believe in friendships and relationships, but I believe in the position that you're there to respect and protect and work for all the First Nations equally. And so, you don't have to worry about the fact that I'm going to be biased. We come from a progressive region, and if we can share our resources with those in the north, I think that'll make it a little bit stronger for all of our nations. So, with the fact that, we have that one Anishinaabe family that we heard so much about yesterday, well, I believe that. And, so much that I had my DNA tested, and I have connections to all of these communities, and I found out, and it is an eye-opening experience when we talk about the Potawatomi Trail, and you can see how all our people are connected all the way around the Great Lakes, and with that, I offer myself as the Deputy Grand Chief for the Anishinaabeg Nation under the premise of one Anishinaabe family. Miigwech.
Hamigwech, Chris. Next, I'd like to turn the microphone and the talking stick over to Melvin Hardy.
Bonjour, zongizi de go. Mako, tarum bijwabik zagi nishbek donjubi. So I want to acknowledge the Eagle staff and the drums and the sacred items, as well as the elders, and the head gets it, and as well as the nation building councils and the youth. It's been 3 years since I did this position, and I found that there's a lot of things in our area. And when I talk about our area, I'm not talking strictly Northern Superior, because one of the things that I focused on and I sat on was various committees in Anishinaabe Nation. So I'm going to read this script first, and I'm going to tell you right from my heart. It's probably a minute so. So I'm honored to be before you as a dedicated advocate for the Anishinaabe well-being and prosperity. I'm committed to continuing and championing our rights, our values, and our aspirations. For the past 3 years, I have been the Northern Superior Deputy Grand Council Chief, and I served on several boards and committees for the Anishinaabe Nation. I also work on various committees with the Chiefs of Ontario, and I had worked on the committee with Assembly of First Nations as well. I'm closely connected with the chiefs of my region. I have a good relationship with them, and one of the things that I find, in order to have a relationship, it's got to be consistent, and it's got to be 2 ways. These positions that I held on those committees, there's only a small portion of my advocacy work, most of which in the Anishinaabe Nation at the federal and provincial levels. I'd like to acknowledge the portfolios and the teams that I've worked with in the Anishinaabe Nation. The Lands and Resources team, the staff, they work very, very hard. And they're the ones who were actually creating that field for me to walk on. And I want to acknowledge especially the staff that came over and they were doing the writing for us. So I got to read a scripted piece because I'll forget everything. I'm at that age now. I just turned 65 last week. So what I want to, in my role, I want to say I believe in power of the unity and collaboration. Together we can build a more resilient Anishinaabe Nation that thrives on inclusivity and respect for our traditions. Our communities are the center of our work and our strength. I will focus on the fostering economic development initiatives that enhance job opportunities in your communities, support First Nations entrepreneurship, and ensure sustainable growth for our communities to build a prosperous future for all. Our lands are sacred. It is our responsibility to protect and preserve them for future generations. I am dedicated to advocating environmental sustainability, practices that honor our connections to the earth and promote healthy and thriving ecosystems with respecting to treaties and territories. The well-being of our people is paramount. I will continue to advocate for healthcare services. One of the biggest, right now, one of the biggest issues we know in our communities and our people are dying from is diabetes. That doesn't have to happen. It happens because the programs that's developed in Ontario and the relationship that the podiatrist has with the surgeon, that's why we have our people, and my chief told me, we need to find a different process here, because when we look in the emergency room, I see our people, it looks like a war zone, because a lot of our people, they're delimbed. So it does look like a war zone. And you know what? It's not the process that's in place in our communities. We're working what we got to make sure that we can take care of our people. What it is, it's the program in Ontario, and it's the podiatrist's relationship with the surgeon. And that's all they know. They don't do enough foot care for our people to take care of our people. So what happens is they cut them off at one of their limbs. And I don't think that's fair for our people. So we can do better than that. You know, your voice, your concerns, and your goals matter. I will consistently listen. Ensure advocacy efforts are reflective of your voices. You know, all these things we talk about what's needed and what we can do, how it can be done, where it can be done, who we can contact to get it done. You know, all this won't matter if we don't properly heal ourselves. It starts with us. So I'll tell you a fast story. I'm a sun dancer. Well, I'm actually a veteran. I was with the Special Forces in Canadian Armed Forces. And I was trained a lot in the things that I do there. And it's actually set forth for the path through me today. But I was not whole. And I wasn't whole because I didn't have that what I needed. And what was the guidance of our elders. I was a SCABA for a long time, elder helper. And you know, I found that taught me and more discipline than the Army ever taught me. Even though the Army was strict, I see some of our elders were stricter for the things we had to do. But you had to do these things in order to get the job done. So one of the things I did, so I'm a sun dancer as well. And I danced because I couldn't sober up, and I went to treatment 6 times. And it was the same thing as the first. The same thing you hear in the very first treatment, all the rest of the treatments, it was all the same talk. So I knew it was me, and I wasn't getting it. And the Shoganosh way of doing things, it didn't work for me. Those white ways didn't work for me. So I went sun dancing. And I remember I went down south, and I was there for 4 days. And I remember when I was dancing, and then finally hooked me up, and they put talons on my chest. And I went, holy man, because you know what? I was hungry. I was lonesome. I was, you see these, that red? That's the color my skin was. I was burnt. And I just didn't want to be there no more. So I was standing, hooked up with eagle claws in the middle of the Sundance Arbor, and then I'm sitting there, and I was bent over like that because those ropes are hung up, and they're heavy, and they were hurting me. And I was standing there, and I was thinking, what the heck am I doing here anyways? I just want to go home. Heck with these people. I'm just hurting. I'm hungry. I'm tired. And then it was a beautiful day out, and then that elder must have saw me. He walked up behind me, and he whispered in my ear. He said, listen, look around you, he said. Look at all the beauty around you. Who else could create that? He said, feel your feet in the grass. Listen to the birds singing, and feel that cool breeze blowing on your face. Feel that, he said. You're losing your faith, he says. And the reason why is you're not facing your pain. And you got to face your pain. He said, tighten up You know, and I was so sore, I didn't even want to tighten up. I wanted to tell him to shut up and I wanted to walk out of there. Seriously, I was just fed up with everything. So I stood up and he said, tighten the rope on your binds. And I did. As soon as I tightened those ropes, you would not believe it, all that pain went away. He said, you need to face your problems, face your pain, and all this will go away. So why I'm saying that is when all these things we're talking about doing, economic development, clean water, health, education, all these sectors that we know, we're all aware of all these sectors, but that won't work if me or even Chris gets elected and we don't deal with the crap inside of us for us doing decision making. And our peoples in our communities, same thing, we need to be able to work. I was a counselor for years. I was also a child welfare worker and an early years worker. And you know what? I seen something this morning that was amazing. When Richard mentioned this little boy here, he was sitting in a circle, he was acting, he was a little warrior. So what I saw him do this morning was very compassionate. And what that was, after a lady spoke in the circle, the sunrise ceremony this morning, we sat there, and when it went around, the feather went around to speak, what they talked about, and then he said, I want to give her a hug. You know, and that takes a lot for a child to say that, to teach full-grown men of something of compassion. And that's what that's about. Ho, miigwech.
Amigwech Melvin. Okay, so you've heard from the two candidates. It's time to make your selection. So we're just going to ask the chief sitting here if you can stand. We're going to take those chairs away so we have room for the stand-up, and then we'll bring them back. You can sit afterward. Oh, are you okay, Chop? Okay, you can sit back down now. It's going to be part of our new election routine. We get you to stand and sit before we actually do this. Just the acknowledgement, I guess. I've just been advised that we do have some former deputy grand chiefs and grand chiefs in the audience. I think it'd be important to recognize them as we go through this process today. So I understand Deputy Grand Chief Eugene Manitowoc is with us. Then in the circle, we have former Grand Chief Joe Muskokeman. I guess Joe doesn't have to stand for us to recognize him. I also have Grand Council Chief Patrick Madabi in the back. And I understand former Grand Council Chief Earl Command is with us as well. Oh, there he is, okay. Nice to have them with us. Okay, so I guess we're ready for the event. So what we're going to do is ask Thunder Earth to play a song during this process. Chop's going to line our two candidates up, so when the drum starts playing, go see Chop. And then after they're done, I'll ask the chiefs go stand behind their supporters, and we're going to call our youth in to do that count. Okay, we'll turn it over to Thunder Earth. Okay, we'll ask the chiefs to go stand behind their preferred candidate. your time to count. Yeah. Okay. Once you've got it around, then go stand behind your preferred candidate. Sorry. Okay, Miigwech Thunder Earth for that. I just heard back from the youth and they're done their count. And you have selected a Deputy Grand Council Chief, Chris Plain. So before we get you to stand all behind Chris and do our unity song, I'd like to offer Melvin an opportunity to thank his supporters.
Okay. Bonjour, bonjour. I want to say Chief Miigwech for the opportunity and the time he took with confidence in me. But I think we all need to fall behind the Deputy Grand Council Chief now and be all one family. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Melvin. Okay, so now we're going to ask Thunder Earth to play a unity song and ask all the chiefs to go stand behind Chris as a sign of support. Thunder Earth. Oh, Miigwech Thunder Earth. Before we take our break, Miigwech for that song Thunder Earth. And just the supporters, I do need the motion to accept the results. And just for your information, it was 21 for Chris Plain and 16 for Melvin Hardy. So Bing Digen, Dash Ginwe, Anishinaabe Gimug, Mawan Jidwad. Hereby recognize and elect Chris Plain to the position of Anishinaabe Nation Deputy Grand Council Chief. So I need a mover. Chief McLeod, and second the Chief Kells. I'll take it there's no opposition, no abstention, and Miigwech. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll, Thunder Earth will call you back in for the Grand Council Chief elections. Miigwech. Okay, can Youth Council gather in the front here, please? Okay, calling all chiefs and Grand Council chief candidates into the circle. This is your song to enter the circle for the Grand Council chief elections. Which Thunder Earth. So just in case you didn't get it, I think most of the chiefs are here. That was your call to come back into the circle for the Grand Council chief election. So if there are any chiefs that didn't come in during the song, we're going to call you into the circle now, and we're going to begin with the Grand Council chief elections. Okay. Okay, so we had 37 chiefs registered and vote in the first election. I'm glad the staff, we had 36 at one time, and instructed the staff to go out and find an odd number because we didn't want to end up with 18 and have to deal with that. So shouldn't say anything though, because maybe we'll end up with 38 now. But anyway, all the chiefs into the circle, and we're going to do the Grand Council chief elections. So basically, it's the same process as the Deputy Grand Council chief election. So I won't go through all the processes. Just a reminder that each get 10 minutes to speak, and it's by order of nomination. And the order yesterday was Reg Niganabi and then Linda DeBossige. The drum again is going to keep time. You have 10 minutes, like I mentioned. After 9 minutes, they'll give you the 1 minute warning. And after that, they'll play continuously, so won't be able to hear you anymore if you try to continue after that. Then after the speeches, we'll get them to play a song like we did earlier, and Chop will line up the two candidates up at the front of the room, or I'm not sure if it's the front, but towards the podium, and then we'll ask the chiefs to line up. We'll get the youth to come in and do the count, and I just got a reminder to the youth, you can enter the circle if you want to confirm your count. I guess we saw you were trying to count on the side, and we didn't clarify that, but feel free to come right in the circle, and sometimes you just have to, if it's close, verify your count. And like you say, there's no rush on that, so the main thing is we're going to get the results right. So whatever time the youth take, and that's what Gordon always said, everything takes the time that it takes. Okay, so I think that covers the process. Like I say, everything else is going to be the same as we just saw. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Reg Niganabi.
In the way Maganduk, Ani Bujo, going at Inishnikaz Meswelging Donjaba Neme Dodam, Reg Niganabi of the Mississauga First Nation, the son of Joanne Morningstar Niganabi of the Bear Clan, and Lawrence Niganabi of the Sturgeon Clan,
both of Mississauga, born and raised in Mississauga. Deciding where to begin. There's lots to cover. Lots that has been done over the past 3 years. Even plenty that we've heard here. And since it all starts with ceremony, I'd like to acknowledge our Eagle staffs here and our drum and our bundle. I've been honored to carry this bundle for the past 3 years. Sometimes it's a very heavy bundle, a very heavy burden. But still, at the same time, you're grateful to be carrying it. Like I said, since everything starts with ceremony, let me start there. Got some theme music playing. Sounds like we're on an 80s sitcom getting ready to. But I want to start by thanking my brother for nominating me. My brother is a very traditional man. And I didn't actually ask him to nominate me. So it was a total shock when he did. It was a surprise to me. And it was a surprise to my other nominator, Kelly LaRocca. She was going to nominate me also. And I thank her for that. It's greatly appreciated. And of course, Ted, thank you for the nomination. It means a lot coming from all three of you. I know you two are well respected in your communities and you're very successful in your communities. And you're great leaders that I look up to and aspire to be like. You're very kind to your people. You're very kind to your community members. You're about this nation. You're about the Anishinaabe Nation as a whole. And same with my brother here. He's a pipe carrier. And when it was time for me to carry this Anishinaabe Nation pipe, he helped me do that too. He helped guide me, he helped give me some additional teachings that I didn't know I needed at times with it. So that meant a lot to me too. As we've been going through this assembly, we've had ceremony every morning, sunrise ceremony. And it's good to be at those sunrise ceremonies because you get to hear a lot of good teachings from our Gets It, from CHOP, from everybody sitting in the circle there. There's teachings. Even my friend Elwood, who was here this morning, was helping teach too, giving those offerings, the sweat ceremony. One of the teachings that I did hear, and one I keep hearing, is that the Anishinaabe will rise. The sleeping giant will rise. And you're not talking about Nanabuju out in the water, out in Thunder Bay out there, out on Fort William territory. But to rise, and when you say Anishinaabe, you're talking about all of us. And to me, you're talking about relationships. You need to establish those relationships with our other Anishinaabe. We've had the opportunity to do that. I know right now, if we're live streaming, I'd like to say hello to our friends in Treaty 3, our fellow Anishinaabe out there. I know they're watching. They actually gifted me this really nice shirt. And when we talk about ceremony again, sitting on Fort William territory, where we met them halfway in between both of our areas, and sitting with Ogichida, Francis Kavanaugh, and smoking pipe. We could always do memorandums of understanding and agreements, and those are fine and all, but I always hear at these ceremonies, those pieces of paper don't mean anything. It's sitting and sharing and smoking those pipe that means something. Gichida understood what that was. It was that we'd come and help each other when we needed so. We'd share with each other when we needed so. We'd be together when it was time. And they've shared with us. When we had our one session on governance, we were having our governance sessions, and we were sharing that sort of information. Francis Kavanaugh was gracious enough to have his team come in from Treaty 3 and talk to us about their Aki and Naknagayawin, how they govern their lands and how they govern as a whole unit over their one area, their one land. But that's not to stop there either, though, because we've also built the relationship on the other side of the medicine line or the fake line that's there to the US. In fact, we went to the United Nations with our friends from Bay Mills Indian Band, who are also Anishinaabe. I don't know if you've ever been to the UN, but it's damn near impossible to get in the door. And it's even harder to speak there. Out of all the hundreds of Anishinaabe, well, not Anishinaabe people, sorry, indigenous people from around the world that were there, maybe about a dozen each day get to speak. Anishinaabe Nation got to speak there. And we got to speak against Line 5. That was a resolution that was passed here in Assembly. The chief said, shut down Line 5. It endangers our Great Lakes. It endangers all of us. We need to protect the water. We need to protect Nebe. So we were there. Anishinaabe Nation got the chance to be on the floor and we got the chance to speak. And when we spoke, our submission made it to the United Nations, that made it to the final report that Canada had to respond to. And that Bay Mills Indian Band was grateful to us for, because they're trying to shut that Line 5 down right at the Straits of Mackinac. And they're helping us in that regard. We've recently submitted a report on an affidavit saying, we support Bay Mills Indian Band. We share history together. We are Anishinaabe like them. We tell stories in our territory that they have in their territory. That's one of our stopping places. We share that connection. That's who we are. And so they're grateful to us. So that's the relationships I talk about. And then there's the relationship within here, within our Anishinaabe Nation. Much work has been done. The governance manual that was passed yesterday has been a long time coming. I heard the chiefs when they said, we didn't have this. And when we ran into problems, we should have had this 8 years ago. We should have had this 10 years ago. I remember saying this. I remember telling the chiefs we needed this then. So we did it. And we passed it yesterday. And now we have accountability. And I was glad my brother was a nominator yesterday, because he shared a good story. It's about what it takes to be a leader. In our community, we share a story, and I shared it with my friend Kelly one time, about a serpent, the chief, and how they were being cruel to their people. But that's another story for another day. But that's where I take my lessons from. Being kindness, being great with our people, being gentle to our people. And that's important. 10 minutes flies by pretty quick. I could go much longer. There's lots to cover, because we've been fighting all kinds of legislation, whether it be Métis, climate change, changing our nation building councils so that they are more congruent with everything that we have going on here, and engaging them and being more inclusive. Gwetch.
Regret, Ridge. Krishna Drum doing their job, like they've been doing since yesterday. Okay, so now we're going to turn the microphone talking stick over to Linda DeBosige.
Miigwech, Bojo Kinawaya, Mondag Koyok, Minwa Mondag Ninok, Ogema Koyok, Minwa Ogemak, Mishom Sinak, Nokmasak, Kwazasak, Guizasak, Kinawaya, Apajechinandam, Kinawaya Gabajite, Mompi, Chimigwech. Linda DeBoski, Jagna, she knows when. I'm here standing before you, accepting a nomination for this very important role. This role and responsibility that we all rely on from time to time. As leadership, we struggle in our communities just to deal with the crisis daily. We are so distracted at times, wanting to ensure that our people are safe and loved, and sometimes changes to legislation. You know, an attack on our rights happens, and then we find out later, and we find out and fight it after the fact, and it's harder that way. We have thousands of years of experience in this room, not just in the chief circle, but all around us. We have leaders, former leaders, but most importantly, we also have our Chinchnabek, our ancestors, who continue to guide us every day. We say miigwech for that. When I was a little girl, I was taught ethics, hard work, compassion, dedication, resilience, and I think we're all taught that along our journey. Most of all, love. We love each other, even when we find disagreement. When I was a little girl, my father taught me, you're gonna have to work harder than any man. He says, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna guide you, and I'm gonna mentor you, as well as your uncles and your grandmother and your mother will teach you your responsibilities as women. Your aunties and your uncles will also guide you. By 6 years old, I knew what the white paper policy was. In kindergarten, I'm telling my teachers about the white paper policy and that my uncle Louis Ba helped write the red paper policy, Citizens Plus. Those are the foundations of my teachings. I've been mentored by former Chief Joe Herba. I've been mentored by Stan Beardy, Phil Fontaine, the late Tom Brissett, Joe Muskokman, and actually everybody in the circle. Chief Naogabo, we worked together when he was police chief. He knew how much of a stand I took on policing, how we needed to make it better for our people, you know, to enforce our bylaws, to help us with that. And that fight still goes on today. We look at the wellness and in our communities. There's a lot of wellness, but there's also a lot of unwellness. And where does that come from? Years and years of intergenerational trauma that we are not responsible for, but we are taking the responsibility to heal. And it's been hard. It's our loved ones, it's our children, it's our grandchildren, it's our aunts and uncles, it's our parents. And we say it takes a community to raise a child. But we have to take a step back and ask, are we actually doing that? We have many in our community with lived experience, and we need to learn from them what made them hurt so much. You know, all of our people have those stories. All of them are leaders, criminal record or not. People change. Growing up, I fought the MNRF and a private industry who wanted to build an aquaculture cage in our community. I was 16 years old. I went and saw my friend Tom. I said, hey, they're putting aquaculture right in our water intake plant, our water intake for our treatment plant. We got to do something about it. At the time, our leadership, I think, was distracted at the time. So we created Wedosik. We're the warriors. We will take care of our community for generations to come and teach our peers to protect. And that's what we did. We still exist today. We still work to protect not only our community, but we've been to others. Caledonia, Grassy Narrows, Burnt Church, all under strong leadership. And that's what I was raised with. You know, I went to school for civil engineering technology. I was the only Anishinaabe Kwe in that class. And the only Kwe. I challenged my peers, and I also taught them a lot about Aboriginal treaty rights, because they did not know. And I challenged them so much that to this day, several of my peers argue that within industry, because they have become our allies. That's what we need to inspire. We need to inspire a generation of youth to take over for us, because I was inspired as a little girl. I participated when Whitefish River raised the issue of HST and the Anishinaabe Nation took onto it. That made real impacts in our community. We see it on the ground, and that's what I believe in. Gudawaiwan Gazet Anishinaabe, we are all one family. And together, and only together, can we make those impacts on the ground, at home, where it matters, while also protecting our existing lands and getting our land back. And we do this together. Before I was elected into leadership, first as a councillor and then after that as a chief, I worked in the bush. I was told girls can't drive dump trucks. Well, I showed them how I could. Girls can't operate excavators. Oh, I'll show you that too. I worked alongside real tough, burly men. And they're actually scared of me when I got upset. I did a TVO special and this lady said something against what we believe in. And the lady beside me had to grab my arm. This is on TVO, it's public. That's what I do. Kind to our people, kind to each other, but I will be fierce to the different levels of government, to industry, but only with your help. Like I said earlier, as a youth, the Anishinaabe Nation was a great nation, proud to be of it. Even when I went to school in Thunder Bay, drove through Pays Plat, felt welcome there because I knew it was part of Anishinaabe Nation. I knew I could be safe there. Gudawaiwan Gazet Anishinaabe. I became a trustee with Rainbow District School Board, Indigenous trustee. I then became vice chair, first Indigenous Kwe to do that. Made huge changes within that board, creating a whole entire Indigenous education department, refocusing our efforts on our children's needs and supporting our First Nations feeder schools are what they call them, the children coming into the public school system from elementary. In that process, we had education service agreements that have now been discontinued, but under our leadership, we're continuing them with Rainbow District School Board. In saying that, I also led the proper process and ceremony in Tikmekshing. There was a education service renewal signing and they were just gonna get the chiefs together and sign a paper. I said, no, it's more than that. This is our children's education. And they knew where I stood. They knew I would figure out a way because when I became a trustee, I would refuse to bear allegiance to the Queen. And I found a way to bear allegiance to our Creator, our laws, and most importantly, our children. And I used their own legal documents against them to allow me to do that. It took a little bit of work, but there was no way I was gonna sign allegiance to the Queen. God rest her soul, at that time. These are the things we do when we have courage and support, the support of our people. My friend Ross, we'd always have visits when I was Gima in my community. And he's on council now, he's our deputy chief. Very proud of him. And that's what we need to do. We need to inspire others to take over our roles. We need to come together as a family. And we need this many people to turn up at every single meeting we have when we have a Chiefs Assembly. You'll see a resolution later, emergency resolution on education. I helped my deputy chief of Chiging and Chief Patsy Corbier to bring it to this floor because the government continues to make decisions without us and we're not making any noise about it. It's time for us to rise up. And I want to rise up with you and I want you to rise up with me. I will end there, but I am grateful, honored, and humbled to be here today. I recognize everybody who is here that we can see and those who are not. Chimigwach.
Miigwech, Linda. Okay, so before we do the election, we just want to make sure we have our counts right on. So we're going to ask the chief's proxies to put your hand up, and our youth are going to come around and count and verify our count before we go into the election process.
Bonjour. I just want to acknowledge an individual sitting in this room right now. He's seen many, many things over the years. And I want to acknowledge him. Mondage Shmoganish Maba. Get Kayak Minwa Mumpy. How old are you, my friend?
Just young, 98.
It is very, very important that we take care of our Jamaganish. And this is why he's sitting amongst us today, in here, in this circle. Miigwech Kabishayang.
Miigwech Chop. Okay, so we're going to just verify our count. So we get the chiefs and proxies circle. Put your hand up, and youth going to come around and just verify our count before we do. Chiefs and proxies, yeah. We just want to verify the number of people we have for this stand-up. Told you they're serious about getting that right. They had to do that second time just to make sure. So we do have 37 chiefs or delegates in the circle for this. So we need 19 to elect a Grand Council chief. So we're going to get Thunder Earth again to play a song, and Chop's going to line the two candidates. And after that, I'll ask you to go stand behind your preferred candidate. Thunder Earth. Okay, they're lined up. We'll ask the chiefs to come around in the circle and stand behind their preferred candidate. Oh, miigwech again. Thunder Earth. So you have selected a Grand Council Chief, Linda DeBossige. And before we do our unity song and ask you all to line up behind Linda, I'd like to offer the microphone to Reg Nikanabi to thank his supporters.
Chimigwech, thank you all for standing behind me. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for having faith in me. And I now ask you to stand behind the successful candidate, Linda DeBossige. Miigwech.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Thunder Earth to play a unity song, and we'll ask all the chiefs to line up behind our elected Grand Council Chief, Linda DeBossige. Miigwech again to Thunder Earth for the song. I guess the next thing I have to do again is formally have a motion to accept the results. And so begin nog Dash Ginwe Anishinaabe Gimug Mawan Jidwad hereby recognize elect Linda DeBossige in the position of Grand Council Chief. So I need a mover. Joe Muskokovan and second Chief Williams, was it?
Chief Williams.
Yeah, okay. And I'll take it, no opposition, no abstentions. That motion's carried. We're just. Okay, so we're going to have a short break as we get ready for the pipe and blanket ceremony, and Richard and Chop are going to lead that. So I'm going to be done my formal part of the duties. As you heard yesterday, this is very important to see this election through uh, with my friend Gordon, who is with us, right? So, and everything was, I could feel him walking beside me as I walked and spoke to you the last couple of days. So I say miigwech to the Anishinaabe Nation for asking me to be election officer this year. And afterwards, we'll come back and Chop and Richard will do it, the remainder of the election. So miigwech and okay, so we'll just take a break and we'll call you back in for the ceremony.
좋은데 내가 아비나 완전 비가 또 돌아가기 있는 거. 그 세가 나도 많이 줬을 가도 되냐. 아, 내 조대 벤치게 미스기 원칙이야. 이거보다나 나비시게 이 나비시마도 이게 막 가버스고야. 오면 지게 되는 나베. 미가시게 되고 아, 비스미나 나 되고신데 마 아니 니스나베 가를 지게. 이게 막 가nak 가변하니 보였대. 게 너지 비스코니츠가 zott 미나온 거든. 아저 특허나 뭐at net kub지기는. 게 나니 간나 뭐at 니스나 백인지. 간 그노 딴 멍기 전체 스타고 아사 그때 막은 뜻은 뭐 그래 뜻이 가윈지는 듣겠다. Aha. What we're about to do now is something that you haven't seen or done in our nation. In 2007, I sat with my brother Gordon. He had come over to visit me. And he offered me Sema. He says, Wawinesh, what is it? Do you know of an old way in Ishnabe how they used to pick their own leader, their old way? I said, Nikon. I says, I know what I know, but I don't know all of it. But I'll share you what I know. Okay, get that old way how they used to do it was it happened outside. Everything was done outside. They had everything going. Getting prepared for it. And now when they started that sunrise ceremony to acknowledge that. To pick their new leader. Started off at sunrise. Then they got prepared. And then when they started to get going, Migi marched out, and what they did was they brought their manda, Migi out to work, poagan, ready. 1 week quad, and a blanket. And how they did it was like we saw here. Aha, they used to say, well, Winesh, who wants to stand up here and to show that you're a true leader? There was 3 of them that got up. They lined them up how we saw it today. And they were told, aha, everybody here get up and choose which one. The one that had more people, that's the one they chose. Me, what in English, accountability, I guess you call it. I go secret ballot. No such thing, Bishnabe way. When they chose that one. And then what they did was, they got ready to honor the chief. But let's say there was a former chief that was beaten out of voting, I guess. What happens to Gimak now, even in our own communities, when they run? Some of them want it so bad. Some of them are kind of proud. Hey, I'm glad I'm out of here now. But there's something will happen to them when they know that they've defeated. But there's no such thing as loser here. Kawaya. None. None in our way. That doesn't exist. And so what they did with that was the women got up with that blanket, dressed them up, that new leader, the former leader, blanket, and had an eagle staff and a pipe in his hand, the former leader. And they honored that old chief. They honored everything what that chief did for the people. Anything at all. They honored. He sang song to honor that Gima, that previous Gima. And that Gima started to dance around and once by themselves. And over here, that's where they got ready to meet the new chief. The new chief stood over here and waited for that one. Come around once. Then when they met face to face with that eagle staff, with their bundle, they stood there. And the former chief says, Naha. Amandat Kobajigan, a poagan, a meganot thick, the pipe, and Eagle Staff. Ahagin Tum, it's your turn, 4 times. Ahagin Tum, your turn now. And then what did they do after that? They stood together with this new chief that was put a blanket on, week 1, ready. And then what did they do? They sang another song, a new chief song. I asked the drummers to sing a new chief song later on. But it's to honor the old chief first, to honor that one. So that new chief song, when they sung it, both of these chiefs danced around the shkude, the fire, once. Then everybody else joined in to honor both of them and thank them. You know, so Jan Kedema again passed on the bundle to that new chief. That's how they did that. But let's say a chief won again. They already have the bundle. That blanket has to come off first. Put here. And the mother, the grandmothers, elders, those are the ones that are in charge of blankets and the bonnets. And when they start singing to that new chief, that old chief, I mean, they take that blanket off, go around. Abdegwe. That's how they did it. That's what I know of. This is not show. This has nothing to do with show or anything like that. That's the way they did it, what I know of. And I'm glad I paid attention to those old ones in my travels, you know, what they talked about. And we're going to bring it in here and honor, because these, my brother here, I know what he's going through. He feels it in his mind, in his heart, in his well-being. It's affecting you too. And what is that called in our Nishnawbe Moin? Sedain de Moin. They carry Sedain de Moin. That's sorrow. We have to lift their spirit, honor them, and thank them any way you can. So we rise with them to honor that old chief. And then once they meet here, that old chief Maba will pass on that bundle 4 times. Somebody can dance with this staff for her and the pipe. She will already have a pipe that's given to her by her grandmothers. She's going to dance with that. Both of them will dance together once. Then everybody else joined in. We don't have room to do that here. Those of you that want to, yeah. Stand with them and dance with them and honor our Gemakwe. That's what they did, what I know of. We have to honor. Now, not only with our Gemak, our communities too, in our own communities. We have Nishnabek in our communities that are struggling. Women, a lot of them change their way of life. They're starting to go to ceremonies or go to treatment. And when they come home, what happens to them? They get put down again. Oh, watch, you're going to fall again. That's not going to help you. They put them right down again and they relapse. That's not Nishnawbe. We honor them, celebrate with them, give them gifts. You give them something to lift their spirits up, because they've accomplished something in life. And what they call Jibash Kagan, they call. What does a Jibash Kagan mean? In Jaganash, they call it rites of passage. This is a rites of passage. When we go through something in life and we accomplish something. Tying your very first shoelace, that's a rites of passage. Knowing how to dress your own self as a baby, that's a rites of passage. A newborn child, that's a rites of passage. Death, that's a rites of passage. Marriage, that's a rites of passage. Everything is a rites of passage. It's what we accomplished in life. Mina. We have to honor those, honor them, bring that spirit up. And we need to keep doing that. It doesn't matter when. And it's not a fancy ceremony, it's just a way of life how Anishinaabe honored someone. To say miigwech to them what they did. But give them something. Now. I know you will feel it when you see it here, what I'm talking about. So we're going to honor our deputy, Himaba. Where's Yato? Where is he? Oh, Chris Plain. We're going to honor him first. They're going to dress him up with a blanket. With his blanket. He doesn't have a bonnet yet, from what I understand. But that's okay. They're what they call it, spiritual bonnet he's got on right now. He's wearing it right now. You cannot see it. It's there. That's that spirit that we always connect with and communicate with. So the grandmother's going to put a blanket on him, and the chief, Maba, former chief, he's going to dance around once, honor him. Chris, honor him. Maba should get Ma. And get Ma over here. He's going to meet him here with the staff and the pogan. And he's going to say, "Aha, kintam hey, nadamushnam." You'll pass that. You'll pass the pipe and the staff to Maba. Then he turns and he gets ready, and then he'll sing a song, a new chief song. And he'll dance in a circle. So, but he'll go around once first, though. Honor him first, and then new chief song after for this man. Okay, Ma. Is that done? Pick up. Oh, yeah. What's the way? He's got a hand. Vi jobber både. Chris, må jeg vi skal ned over. Speak on that. Speak on it. Speak on it.
Friends in assembly, I just was outside consoling Chief Burzette. She has a foster daughter that was found deceased this morning, and she's just finding out. So I've had one of her council members go out and help her out and console her. So just keep her in your prayers, please. Miigwech.
So that honor, we honor that one too. Everyone's honored here, not just this one. Remember that one, that Benochi. To keep us going. And we need to do this. So we get ready here, Maba. Hello, board. If you want to take pictures, yeah, but you got to learn it. Yeah. The ones that are watching back home, you got to learn this. Watch. okay with the back? We can take it off for now.
Yeah, okay.
You can hold that. That's still help you until you're done. You can pass it back. You have to address the people. Address the people.
I don't want to stand in front of anybody. I'm going to stand over here. I don't want to put my back to anybody. Might help to press the on button. Ani Bojo, Waseo Indigenous Cause, Chiking Donjaba, Miigwech Gani Dikit Kinawaya Mompi, that have supported this. I want to first say Chimigwech to my family. Chimigwech to my family, as we all know in these roles and responsibilities, we at times don't spend enough time with them, our children. And I'd like to acknowledge my family for their support. I'd like to acknowledge the work of Chief Niganob. Most people don't know we've known each other a long time, and we've had great respect for one another since we were teenagers when I was playing baseball in Mississauga. And so I'm grateful for your work, Chief. I look forward to working with you in the future, and I know Creator has a path for us all. And I appreciate you. To the Gimak Weok, Minoa Gimak. I want to first share a story that I feel that is appropriate right now. A story of this journey today. My family has always supported what I do, no matter where it's taken me, from Sioux Lookout to Thunder Bay to Chiging. When I was asked to consider this, I have been working for Independent First Nations Alliance Tribal Council out of Sioux Lookout, helping remote communities as well as two road access communities and helping their leadership. And I enjoy helping the people and helping our leadership through struggles and challenges. And so I prayed on it. I went to ceremony. And the night after the ceremony I went to, I had a dream. And in that dream, I was picking blueberries somewhere in the bush on the North Shore. And I heard a voice, Linda. I got goosebumps and I shivers because I knew that voice. And I turned around, yeah. He asks me, what are you doing? I'm picking blueberries. What are you doing? It was a late Gordba, Shikeba. And he looked at me and then he held out his hand and there was a bonnet there and he said, it's time to get to work. And the next morning, I spoke with my family to carry on, go ahead. We're here to support you. And I called Grand Chief I thought it was very appropriate and respectful to let him know that I would accept the nomination. And I think that's a good way of doing things if we are all here for the same thing, to advance our nation, to help our people, and to lead with good minds and good hearts. So I wanted to share that with everybody here today. That has been part of my journey. Miigwech for all of the support. As I said earlier, the wisdom in this room is unparalleled to none. Only we together can move forward in a good, efficient way. Earlier, where I was holding on to a pocket watch. It belonged to my late father, and he asked us to hold on to it for our daughter until she gets older, and that's what I carried with me. And my father always said, don't rush time. He also said, don't waste time. And he said, make the most efficient use of your time. Together, we have experiences. Together, we have successes. Together, we have struggles. But together, that's wherein lies the solutions. Together as leadership, your councils, the citizens of the Anishinaabe Nation, that's where the answer is. It's with us. And it's time for us to wake up, stand up, and when we're feeling a bit down, because I know full well what it's like in our communities, I know full well how much we can be attacked, how much we can be put down, how much our own people are fighting our own. We need to work together to turn that around, because our fight is not with our people. Our way of life rests on us becoming healthier, working together in a united way, and pushing back on the forces that continue to oppress us and take things away. And I know we can do that. I believe in that. I've seen it happen. And there are potentially dark times coming. We know there's an election, and we know how much that impacts us, no matter what. But like my father said, my late Uncle Buzz said, like leaders have said, we don't have to work with those other settler governments. They have to work with us. And when we come from a position of strength, determination, resilience, there is nothing that could hurt our people. And together, I know we can do that. So I just want to honor everybody here, to those people watching online, a big and sincere appreciation to my family, my little girls watching online. Hi, Delia. I hope you're not missing your nap. But I mean, that's what drives us. So with that, I look forward to working with everybody. And I look forward to the connections we can make together at a deeper level. I look forward to the solutions that we can come up with together, where we see real benefit at home, grassroots, on the ground. And we're a stronger nation for that. Chimigwech.
Miigwech. Chiefs, proxies, delegates, on behalf of myself, my community, who stood behind me, I just want to extend my sincere appreciation for the support that you've shown me. I look forward to working with our new Grand Council chief, and I too echo the sentiments, and want to extend Reg, all of the best, and thank you for the hard work that you've done on behalf of all of us over the last 3 years. That work will never go unnoticed, and like Linda, I know that the Creator has a path for you, and I hope to see you again soon on the trail. Linda shared a story, and I know we're in serious mode, but I kind of want to share a little story too. Back in 2006, we traveled all the way from Amjanong to Sandpoint to have a stand-up election. I believe it was the first one. And at that time, Val Maneg was a candidate for the deputy. And I asked my council, because Patrick, I believe, was being acclaimed. I said, I think Val would be a good balance. And so I got the support of council, and I went to the assembly. And it was time to stand up, and I stood behind Val. But at that particular time, the candidates were facing each other. And, they, of course, weren't allowed to look back. And I was looking over, and then I get a nudge from behind and says, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "I don't know. There's Ray Rogers standing over there behind Glenn Hare from my community. We both traveled all the way from Amjanong to cancel each other's votes out." Anyway, for those who know Ray, he was involved in the union for 50 years, and he was quite the character, and he taught me a thing or two about relationships, and he had a strong one with Glenn Hare, and he let me know it that day. But nonetheless, we are all family, and I just wanted to add a little bit of humor to such a serious occasion. But and then the 3 years later, we had it in my community. But I do want to extend my appreciation to those who have conducted this ceremony, including the Quaywalk Council, for your instructions and your guidance and your openness and your willingness to help as we go along in our journey. It means a lot to me. And, at home we don't have an elders council, so I look forward to drawing on you for expertise and for the strengths that you carry for our nation. Miigwech for that, and to Richard and to Chop for conducting this ceremony. And I just look forward to being able to be more involved. I was the interim for the last year, but I was also sitting chief of a very progressive and aggressive community, and it didn't give me the opportunity to put a full attention into the deputy grand chief position for my region. So I look forward to being more involved and visiting all of your territories. And Lewis, I'm coming to your community at some point because I hear what you got going on. I've been watching, and I heard your speech yesterday, and like I said, we're all just one nation. We're no regions. So I'll be there to support you and all the rest of you as well when you have concerns or issues, and whether you have celebrations. I just want to come and celebrate, because it's not all about the hard work. We need to celebrate the good work we do as well. So I look forward to that, and I pledge my ultimate everything that I have to our Grand Chief, and I look forward to working with you. Miigwech.
Okay.
Okay, stop nudging me. Howdy bonjour, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you all for the incredible 3 years. It's been excellent. I've been honored to work on your behalf. I've been honored to do the work that you mandated. And I just want to thank the staff who was working with me. Nikki, Marla, Laura, Ariana. You guys were incredible. None of the good words could be said. None of the places we could have gotten into without you. Miigwech to my partner for having to put up with all the travel that I had to do, and for coming with me when she could. Miigwech to my children, Harrison and Genevieve, for giving up their time with their dad for me to be doing this work. And miigwech to my community for letting me come to do this work. Miigwech to my parents my grandparents for showing me the way to do this work. Miigwech. I know.
Gigit, Mava, Shabe. Miigwech Kabishaying, Tipitan Dogos, Mava, Ogama. That's a title that you're always going to have, no matter where you go. Because there's also Ogama that's sitting amongst us in the background, hiding, too. But I bet you anything, they're just as busy as each and every one of you guys sitting in front. Neej, it's not over. Your work is just going to begin now. But first, rest. There's Beno Jiek out there that always look up. When you become an Ogama, it's a sacrifice. Just like every ceremony that we go to, it's a sacrifice. Every single thing that we do, we're sacrificing something. Just like with the man that left here, all these things he has sacrificed. He has sacrificed his time for the nation, for the people. He sacrificed his time away from me. And that's one thing that we have to remember. We have to be able to sacrifice those things to be able to build something better. Because it isn't easy. Ogama, nani buen. Kya be? Nani buen. Ogamak, sitting in the back. Earl. Nani buen. Pat. How are you, Shaq? What's up? Echapitan Dagos, Maba. Shogamak. Majan, Ogama. Join this circle right here for a minute. All you Ogama sitting in the back. Keen, Jim Bob, Majan. Mel. Where is he? Where's those other Ogama that are here? I know there's more. Leroy. See, all these Ogama, they think they can get away. When you hold that title of Ogama, you're going to be put on the spot every single time. Because that title, when you get it, that's just not right now. That's for until our time has come, when our eyes close. You're always going to be Ogama. Miigwech, Ogama, Echapitan Dagwat. I want to honor all of you guys for the hard work that you guys did, have done, and only have begun. Mashi Jamanaga. Celebrate with these Ogama, all you guys back there. Dance right in your spot. Anyone?
Hey, Miigwech Thunder Earth, and Miigwech for all the songs you provided us over the last 2 days for this election. I guess when advised by the elder, we're late for lunch. They did give me a microphone back, but I don't really have much to say. I think you have to experience what we just experienced, and I don't think there's much that I can add about that. Like you say, it's the 6th time I've gone through this now at the Anishinaabeg. Next week it'll be 5 at the Chiefs of Ontario, and every time it's a little bit different. And I sat back here and watched up close the ceremony we did today, very touching. So there's nothing I can add to that except we stood up, and I guess we're going to do the giveaway after lunch because it's time to eat. So we stood up.
I want to say good afternoon. I want to say acknowledge the drum for calling us back into assembly. And we have a few things yet to do. You have a few things yet to do. And one of the things that we have to do is called resolutions, and we have 4 of them. So I'm asking the chiefs in assembly if they will consider that we will do the resolutions now. We have the aunties over here got my back, and they really want you to hear their presentations. They said they shortened them down to 10 minutes. And then Ogima and the Kwewak, they have honoring ceremonies and protocols to finish up with. So that's how we propose this afternoon, that we will do the resolutions, that the grandmas and a couple of uncles have some presentations to do, and then we will finish with the protocols and honoring of members of our family. So if you agree, I would like you to say, "Aho." All right, now I'm going to get my co-chair to work. Adam. Resolutions. I got your permission now.
Miigwech, Vera, and miigwech for granting that permission to go right into resolutions. What we will need to do, though, is confirm that we have quorum to deal with resolutions. And I know that we've rearranged the room a little bit, so I can't tell where chiefs are sitting in different places. So we'll do a raise of hands. Chiefs, if you can raise your hands, keep them up. I'm going to get staff to help us out, do a count. Sarah, if you can.
Hold your hand way up.
Just one hand.
We're good. 29.
Okay, very good. We are good to proceed with resolutions. So I'm going to ask resolutions team to put up the first resolution, please. And this is resolution 2024-08, and it's titled Debajagadig, Support for Proposal for Preliminary Development Work Self-Government Agreement on Kijigado Wiji Kanamaduan. That is justice. I have a hard copy, but I'm going to read what I have on the screen as we go, just to make sure I'm looking at the same version as we have on the screen. The resolution is moved by, if we can go back up, Ogmakwe Rhonda Williams Lovett, who I believe was here. Oh, right here, thank you. And seconded by Chief Scott McLeod, who I believe is also here. Oh, there we go, Miigwech. So we will go down to the bottom of the resolution. It reads, Pagid na Mogdash. If we can scroll up a little bit. Pagid na Mogdash Kinui and Shinabe Gumag, Mawan Jidwat. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to explore and assess potential Anishinaabe First Nation jurisdiction on justice. 2, support a proposal for preliminary development work on a self-government agreement with respect to justice. And 3, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate to Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, CERNAC, and other federal ministries in Ontario to communicate the proposal, community interest in justice, and to establish a federal and provincial mandate and to support funding to complete the proposed preliminary development work. I think that's the entire resolution, correct? Mover and seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution. I know the mover was just here. I can't see the entire, oh, there you are. Do you wish to speak to the resolution? Okay. Seconder will speak first. Chief McLeod is just having a side discussion. And we'll get Chief McLeod to raise the mic a little bit, just a little bit. There we go. Microphone, please. Microphone in the back. There might be the on-off button. There we go.
Can you hear me? Sorry, didn't mean to run all the way over. Oh, wait, it's not working. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so this resolution is fairly straightforward. I think all of our communities know just how difficult it is. In a lot of cases, First Nations, we get into agreements to create laws, even with federal government, or to allow us that to regain that authority back in our community to create laws. But quite often, what happens is when we create them, they're not recognized. They're not recognized by the judicial system. There's no mechanism in place to actually educate legal people, justices to actually enforce these. So it falls short, and we're constantly struggling with this. So this is what this initiative is to push for and get those mechanisms in place so that our laws are not just simply bylaws, but they're actually First Nation laws. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Haguma McLeod. Going back to the mover, no comments. Okay, so with that, the floor is open. Back to the microphone, Chief Muskokoman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ask for a friendly amendment, be point number 4, that there would be a report back to the Fall Assembly of 2024.
Okay, Miigwech. So just looking at the resolutions team, and we do have up on the screen, what I'll do is ask the team to make the addition and then highlight it in yellow just so that we can note the recommended change. Once we have read it, I'll ask the mover and the seconder if they...
Yeah, we're both okay with that.
You're okay with it? Okay. We don't actually have it yet. Is that good to go? I think mover and seconder sounds like are in agreement with the concept. You're okay with it? Okay. Just for the record, I will read what it says. So number 4 is that the Anishinaabe Nation report back to the Fall 2024 Chiefs Assembly. I did get concurrence from the mover and seconder. So that is the resolution that is before you with the 4 points. Floor is open. I see some discussion in the back, but the floor is open for any... Yeah, go ahead, Chief Masquash, while they have their huddle.
Didn't they, in the House, just pass something as far as the law goes, that they didn't have to, the OPP didn't have to uphold our laws? Didn't they just pass that?
As
So the issue goes beyond the officers on the ground, though. The issue goes further than that in the judicial system, the courts, provincial courts, knowing what those laws are and upholding those laws. And what often happens, and I see a few of the board members here from the Anishinaabe Police Services, we struggle with getting our own police officers to enforce our laws, because every time they do lay a charge or whatever, they bring it and the courts just throw them out because they don't know what the law is. They've never seen it before. It's not part of the provincial regulation. So it's not necessarily a police issue. It's a judicial mechanism issue that stops our laws from being fully recognized.
Miigwech, Gama McLeod, does that, Chief Muskosh, does that do it? I was going to ask Fred is in the back, if you could elaborate on that, legal director. If you are able to elaborate that, or is Chief Muskosh, that's good?
More just the comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So that's fine. Thank you. Just a reminder, Ogama McLeod, you have a lot of power. So you got to be careful when you grab the microphone. Just to let you know. Don't grab the microphone is what I'll say. Ogamakwe Manitowabi, go ahead.
How miigwech. Miigwech for allowing me to speak. I'm asking for consideration of a friendly amendment under the section of Bigid Namodash Kinwinishnabek Gemak Maunjidwat. So under the let it be acted upon section, I've just conferred with both Chief McLeod as well as Fred. And I'd ask for consideration for a friendly amendment under number 1 that directing the Nishnawbek Nation to explore and assess potential Nishnawbek First Nation jurisdiction on justice, including all of our traditional and customary principles and primarily the circle concept in the administration of justice. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogamakwe Manitowabi, we'll just get that written up and then I'll read it into the record and then go for the formal process of approval from the mover and seconder. So again, what we'll do is we'll highlight it in yellow, the amendment. And so it now reads, 1, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to explore and assess potential Anishinaabe First Nation jurisdiction on justice. And just finalizing changes in yellow. And now includes, it says, including all of our traditional customary principles, including our circle processes. Ogamakwe Manitowabi, was that the change? Okay. Ogama McLeod, you're okay with it?
Yeah, we're both okay with it, and I apologize for the microphone. I've been called Bane from The Dark Knight a couple times. I think it's gone to my head, so apologize for that.
We'll give you that look next time you squeeze that microphone. Okay, Miigwech, so we're okay with that amendment. Go ahead, Chief LaRocca.
Kelly LaRocca. I just wondered, I guess for a few points of clarity, will that proposal come to back to the chiefs before it goes out to CERNAC or no? There will be a committee that does it and just goes ahead sort of thing? I'd like to see it.
Maybe what we can do is I'll ask Fred to provide some commentary.
As well, I'd like some clarification on how it will be treating the Lands Board, First Nations Lands Management Communities. Miigwech.
There's a briefing note in the package that it's the full proposal. Basically, there's not a lot to it. What's missing is the introduction about who we are and how successful we've been with other things. But essentially, the work plan is in the briefing note, and essentially what it is a research paper to sort of flesh out what we're going to talk about, what we could talk about, and we use that to fuel a working group. We use that to inform the Chiefs Committee, and there's also a think tank, which is really just pulling people together, probably on Zoom, with that discussion paper to get their thinking, then a conference at the end of it that tries to pull it all together, see what people think is practical, workable, what builds on existing things, because it's great to create this big system that nobody really knows all the technicalities of it. We need to incrementally build our system to what we have right now, build our capacity 1 or 2 or 3 steps further until we reach a lot of capacity in justice. That's it's right in the briefing note.
Does the briefing note speak to the Lands Board and the Lands Management Communities?
Yeah, it does, because that's essentially, so the enforcement of laws, of course, there's a whole spectrum of laws. There's administrative, there's regulatory, there's everything in the spectrum, civil, small claims. There's no reason we can't handle small claims issues in our communities, as you know. And so it kind of goes through the whole spectrum and hives off I think the research paper will hive off what's doable and gets us all, every community, 1 step further on justice.
And it will be a contractual arrangement at the end of the day. It will be a negotiated contractual arrangement.
Well, I'm hoping that it'll give us a mandate that we have to bring to the chiefs, that they can say to the government, let's move this forward. That's what I'm hoping.
But ultimately, if it gets moved forward, it's a contractual arrangement. It's not a constitutional amendment, obviously, that you're seeking.
Oh, with the government, you mean, a contract?
Yes.
Possibly.
That's important. Okay, Miigwech, thank you.
Any more discussion on the resolution? So I don't see anybody else approaching the microphone. So with that, I'm going to call for question. Resolution before you, all in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech, any opposed? See none. Any abstentions? I see none. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech, thank you. Keep going. Okay. Next resolution is Nakunagawin 2024-09. And we'll just give the team a second here to put the resolution on the screen. There we go. So the resolution is titled Tabajagadeg, Ontario Prioritizing Mining Over Title, Treaties, Rights and Interests of First Nations and Related Issue of Federal Land Claims and Additions to Reserve being inconsistent with UNDRIP articles. The mover is Chief Duncan Machano, who I think was here. Yes, is present. Seconder is Chief Louis Kwesiwa, who is also present. Thank you. So I will read the Pagadnamogdash Ginwi and Shinabe Gumag Mawanchi Dwad. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, 1, support a joint First Nations Canada process to widen the scope of A, the federal specific claims policy reform process that would include the specific claims policy, not just the specific claims process, to ensure consistency with the UNDRIP minimum standards in Articles 26, 27, 28, and other relevant UNDRIP articles as they affect First Nations. B, the federal additions to reserve redesign process to ensure consistency with the UNDRIP minimum standards in Articles 26, 27, 28, and other relevant UNDRIP articles as they affect First Nations. C, a synchronization of the federal additions to reserve redesign process with the specific claims policy reform process. And 2, just want to make sure it's up on the screen, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate for the reform of Ontario's prioritization of mining rights over First Nation treaty and Aboriginal rights concerning land claims. Ontario must be consistent with their policy statement in the Journey Together. Oh, that's a $50 fine right there. Remember the Youth Council used to run around doing that? I don't see that happening anymore. Sorry, that's not part of the resolution. And I lost my place in the resolution. Must be consistent with our policy statement in the Journey Together and work in partnership with Canada's and Indigenous specific claims reform efforts in regards to mining, or to correct their policy statement and to refrain from calling Indigenous people partners while ensuring UNDRIP implementation within the reform and processes. So that's the resolution before you. I'm going to ask the mover and seconder if they wish to speak to it. And yeah, there's Chief Machano. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say a few words, in particular about the issue in regards to mining claims and Ontario giving priority to mining claims over First Nations rights and First Nations claims. We have a land claim that's going on, and we've been working on that for over 40 years. With Ontario's free entry mining claim process, somebody from China or Indonesia or anywhere around the world can stake a claim on the computer right in my backyard, and they have rights, more rights on that land claim, on that mining claim than I have in my traditional territory. So that's got to change. And Ontario's got to stop calling us partners because we're not partners. We're the adversaries. And particularly when it comes to mining claims. They got to stop that. The issue in regards to the specific claims process, they've got to, in the reform process, got to broaden it to include the policy and not just the process. And it's same with the addition to reserve process. They need to pay more attention to UNDRIP and widen that scope of UNDRIP so that we have free, prior, and informed consent in both the land, the specific claims process and the mining claims. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Machano. Seconder, Chief Kwesiwa. Microphone, go ahead.
Chief Louis Kwesiwa, Pickmobert, and Zagwing Nishnabing. With regards to this resolution, I just wanted to speak on what's happening in Nedamazagmag right now. So when it comes to mining claims, there are 10,406 mining claims on Nedamazagmag Nishnabeg's traditional territory. And on our candidate lands, because we have an Aboriginal title claim going on, we have 823 mining claims on our selected, where is it here, candidate lands. So there's 823 mining claims, represents 28%. The community is surrounded by mining claims and has nowhere for the reserve to be. So we're completely surrounded. And as Chief Duncan alluded to, people in China, people in Japan, they have more rights on our traditional territories than our people who live right there. Our territory, our waters, our livelihood, our fish, our meat, our moose meat, sorry, our moose. But all of that can be impacted. Our Aboriginal title claims can be impacted. And I think it's wildly absurd that these companies at the other side of the world who have no clue on what's going on in our territories, and they have rights over us, the Indigenous people who have been here on these lakes, on these lands for thousands of years. And I think we have to find a way forward to put a stop to that the process that the mining sector has with Ontario over our traditional territories.
Miigwech, Chief Kwesiwa. So we'll open up for discussion. Chief Muskokaman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple clarifications. I'd like to first of all point out that, in my view, the ATR process is completely broke. I don't know why we're trying to redesign a broken system, quite truthfully. A new system needs to be put in place that's going to advocate for First Nation. So I draw that to the attention of the drafters. The second thing I'd like to point out is 1C, clarification. The synchronization of federal additions to reserve redesign process with the specific claims policy reform process. So I understand that those are going to be two separate processes going on simultaneously, correct?
So we'll get that clarification, if that's the
Okay,
question.
thank you. I'd like to add a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment would be to create a list of specific and immediate reforms. I think this is what the gentlemen are talking about. Immediate reforms through an Anishinaabe Nation specific claims ATR task force directly with First Nation participation. I think that there are too many issues to be tried to encapsulated under one process. We have mining, you have forestry, you have other processes going on, land, crown land, provincial crown land. At the same time, there are a number of our communities, including my own, that are actively pursuing and bringing back First Nation land into their inventory. We will have to wait anywhere under the current system for 25 to 30 years to have those lands back in inventory. That's why I say the system is broke. So I think that we need to have direct participation with the First Nations that are being impacted within this reform process, and not from an academic perspective, but from on the ground perspective, and the types of things that we experience when negotiating specific claims or when we are directly involved with reacquiring lands for our inventory. And so I think there's too much divergence in the issues that are in front of us to be neatly packaged into one. I think this is a highly complex issue that has a series of different kinds of reforms that are going to be different for a lot of other communities that not necessarily fit into the kind of generalities that these resolutions seem to outline. So I would like it to be more hands-on with First Nations that are being, the rights holders that are being directly impacted. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Muskokaman. So I hear three things. Let's deal with the easy one first, the request for friendly amendment. So up on the screen, I'm going to read what we think we heard. So number 1D would be to create a list of immediate and specific reforms through the ATR Specific Claims Task Force. Is that the request?
I would like it to read, to create a list of specific and immediate reforms through an Anishinaabe Nation capitalized specific, capitalized claims, small a under and, capitalize ATR, task force, directly with First Nation participation.
Okay, so just stand by to make sure we got this right. I need to read it into the record here. So this is what we have. Can you see it?
I can see.
Okay.
I don't need glasses. My glasses are clear.
Okay, so
can you see?
I can't see even with my glasses. So it's 1D, for the record, to create a list of specific and immediate reforms through an Anishinaabe Nation specific claims and ATR task force directly with First Nation participation. Okay, miigwech. Mover, Chief Machano, are you okay with that?
I already spoke to Chief Muskokaman, that's good.
That's good? Okay, seconder, you're okay, very good. Okay, there were two more issues. Number two will then be going back to some clarification on 1C. I think the question I heard was, are those two separate processes? And so I'm going to throw that out, Chief Machano.
They're two separate processes. That's part of the issue. They work on these things separately. There needs to be some type of synchronization with those specific claims processes and the ATR. And I agree with Chief Muskokaman that the ATR process is broken. Perhaps this task force can look at new forms of tenure because the addition to reserve process, where's Chief Louis Quiswa? 1,500 acres, took them over 25 years to get that added to their community. Chief Mushcroft, same thing. So we've got a land claim and we've got substantial amount of land coming back. And we wait for the ATR process. I'll be long dead by then, but it needs to be reformed. And I personally would like to see a new type of land tenure.
Chief Machano. Chief Muskokuman, does that answer the question? Okay. The third point, I think I heard, and I'm going to paraphrase here different words. Chief Muskokuman, I think what you're saying is we're dealing with several big issues in this resolution. Do we want to put them all into one resolution? I think is what I heard. That's a general question. So I'm looking to the mover and seconder. This is your resolution you've brought forward. Understanding that, would you like to proceed?
Yeah, if a task force is created, they could deal with these things separately or together, depending on what the task force thinks is best.
Okay, Miigwech, we got the thumbs up. We'll continue discussion. Ugama in the back. Go ahead.
In this process that we're looking at, there's a piece of history that you got to turn back to, and that's that Royal Proclamation that was issued in 1763. Inside that document, it's coming from our visitation to Britain by our chiefs in earlier years. And out of that came, in part, this document that came to be the Indian Protection Act. The Indian Protection Act was thrown out before Confederation. But in the Royal Proclamation, it talks about before the Crown comes into the territory, it first must make a treaty. So when they came to our territory in 1850, we only gave them permission to come in and use the land. Okay? We didn't give up anything else. So when you go back and take a look at the treaty in our case, it's quite clear that we didn't give up any governance issues to anyone. We maintained the right to govern ourselves, to determine our citizenship, to keep and protect our language. So all other items fall into what we consider to be inherent right issues. And Ontario's on the hook for those obligations and responsibilities, because that's how Confederation came into existence. It was because our delegations traveled to Britain to talk about the infringements that were occurring, and there was quite significant amounts of items that were on that list. That's what we're seeing now. Okay? But in the process of applying that law, and I made a statement some time back about a case where there was a fire that occurred within the community and children were lost. And the jurisdiction that was adjacent didn't respond. But the town and the fire department were found to be in negligence because they didn't come out and respond to an assistance when it was needed, where the home had burned to the ground. So in our cases, Ontario becomes liable for its negligence. And that's ultimately what we have to turn to when we start talking about where we get into ideas around band representative. Because the chief, when he goes to that court, he talks about the children as being his own personal children. These are my children, and I'm going to take care of them. And I have place where I can take them to where they're going to get that care and protection. Those are all obligations that the Crowns are having to uphold because of our earlier visits and flagging those concerns about the infringement of the white populations into our territories and abusing our peoples. So the law is there. It's a question more of becoming informed as to how to use it today to force those governments into the positions of making sure that the costs are going to be covered. And we covered those protections. We traveled to Ottawa just before Christmas, before the judgment was made, and our claim about past injustice of not paying compensation. So we made it clear to Ontario and Canada, and I see one of the chiefs here wearing this belt, 1764 Covenant. Inside, just before 1764, before that Silver Covenant was made, we made treaty among ourselves to take care of one another. So our rights don't stop at what we call the reserve boundary. We extended our rights to go all the way to the saltwater coasts. And those are the rights that we put into place for our own care. And those rights today are being infringed. They don't teach you that, they don't talk about that, they don't want you to know that. But it's for us to enjoy. It's our home, the whole of Turtle Island. It's a question more of how do we manage the space that we are living on. And we have terms in our language which help us to do that. We talk about the Wenjike. That one talks about land spaces which are like ecological zones. And our hunting territories were based on those kinds of understandings of how the land was being managed by creation. We step in to be an overseer in helping that nature to do that work. But we benefit from it, and we see it in our language. We start talking about dodo, okay, in terms of the breast feeding the child, or dodem, where we look at the land, again, being used to take care of our heart. There's so much inside that language that we're losing that we don't take into account when we prepare these kinds of resolutions. And we have to have this good reflection of history in terms of what our people did to ensure that we were going to be able to continue to provide for the good care of our people. So in that social contract that we see coming from our Birch Park scrolls, being kind to one another, which we talked about just recently about the election time, but the need to share, that's what we provided to Canada and Ontario into their coming into existence. And the third point in there is care. The best care that you can provide to ensure that your child is going to be able to survive well. The well-being of our people as a whole. And the fourth part in there is the courage to pick that up, which is what we're doing here in terms of the work. But there's so much that we're having to go back to unravel so that we can do that work in a clear manner that we're searching for now. Oh, miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogama, for those very important comments and information to be used as we move forward. The floor is still open. Ogama Kwe, I believe you may have to lower the mic a little bit, but don't squeeze it too hard.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Bonjour. Kisawi kwe petition kazma kweni dodum ogama kwe mishpakaten and dinjba. I'd first of all like to say miigwech for all of our sacred items and the sacred drum and the beautiful songs that were sung, and miigwech to the movers and seconders of these really important resolutions, and for the parents bringing their children. I just wanted to support this resolution with the different changes, and certainly our elder and Ogama, who presented some of the historical aspects of what it is we need to learn and understand, because it's true. Canada and Ontario think that they have an open forum to do things in the way they want. They will agree with us if we agree to what they want. But if we knew and followed our historical teachings and the language from our ancestors and did things in the way they did in the past to reclaim our rightful place as land stewards. So I absolutely support all of our people in the communities, the leadership around the Anishinaabeg Nation territory and beyond to work towards resolution and finding our rightful place again. Aho miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you for those comments. And I don't see any more questions. Nobody approaching the microphone, so just look around one more time. So I'm going to call for question. The resolution is before you. All in favor, if you can raise your hand, please. All in favor? Miigwech, thank you. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none, so resolution is carried. Miigwech, thank you. Resolutions team, just 2 more resolutions, right? I want to clarify. Is it 2 more resolutions? 2 more? Very good. So I'm going to turn them over to my colleague Kingston to deal with the 2 resolutions, and then we'll turn it back to Vera for the next items. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Alrighty, so the next resolution we're going to be looking at here is 2024-10, building capacity in remote technologies and expertise in the search for unmarked burials on reserve. I just want to do a quick check for attendance. Do we have Ogama Simpson in the room here? Yep. And do we have Ogana Wawie, our representative? Alrighty, so the resolution reads, so to direct the Anishinaabeg Nation to put significant efforts towards developing their internal capacity to provide support, analysis, and expertise in the areas of non-invasive search technologies, to determine the IT infrastructure requirements and options for consideration for digital storage and management within the time frame of 2024 to 2025, and to report back June 2025. Number 2, direct the Anishinaabeg Nation to seek capacity funds and resources from both federal and provincial governments that provide support and expertise in the areas of non-invasive search technologies, including digital, remote, and connected, including current and developing technologies and methodologies, resources, tools, equipment, etc. Yeah, one more little comma in there, I think. Is it? No? Is it not in the package? Oh, okay. Well, if we're able... All right. Let me ask if they... Okay, well, if you don't have the hard copies, I can read through the whole resolution from the beginning there, just so everyone has it. Okay, so from... What's that? Okay, yeah, they're just coming around now, I believe, yeah. Miigwech. So from the top, let it be said, Anishinaabe First Nations are dynamic, a changing society that has become increasingly reliant on digital, remote, and connected technologies. Many First Nations are using and advancing various types of technologies to communicate, access information, and care for First Nations and the environment. Our identity, nationhood, and cultural survival are all interconnected with our relationships with the land. This deep connection is celebrated in oral histories, creation stories, ceremonies, and cultural practices. Number 2, digital, remote, and connected technology weaves through every aspect of our lives. The application of digital, remote, and connected technologies can support various projects to support the Anishinaabe First Nations in A, locate and manage unmarked graves associated with the Indian residential schools and at related institutions. B, identify, locate, and manage cultural heritage burial and sacred sites that require preservation and protection. C, identify and monitor land use and environmental changes, including conservation and environmental monitoring. D, support resource management such as agriculture, mining, ecology, hydrology, and forestry, etc. E, support emergency management planning, disaster response, and security. F, First Nation growth and land use. And lastly, G, to support other departments such as economic development and planning and health. Number 3 reads, First Nations are challenged with climate change, pandemics, and socioeconomic issues, all being solved using technology. However, our holistic perspectives and deep-rooted knowledge held by the Anishinaabeg First Nation citizens are being missed. This technology endeavor matters more now than ever, not just for First Nations in the decades to come. The use of these digital, remote, and connected tools and technologies will drive the global economy and see a range of opportunities in science and technology, providing an entry into the digital economy. Number 4, digital, remote, and connected technology and expertise can support the underpin many aspects of First Nations self-determination and nationhood. Opportunities are rising to close the digital and technology gap by collaborating with scientists, knowledge keepers, and others. Mobilizing the power of technology will preserve traditions and cultures that are at risk of being lost. Excuse me. It is stated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Act Article 12, that Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right to use and control of their ceremonial objects, the right to repatriation of their human remains. B, states shall seek to enable the access and/or repatriation of ceremonial objects and human remains in the possession through fair, transparent, and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples' concerns. 6, therefore, for the above to be true, First Nations require access to the various methods and methodologies essential, such as identifying and locating unmarked or unknown burial of ancestors, sacred sites, climate change adaptation, fish, wildlife, and environmental management. Number 7, the scope of Canada's responsibility to First Nations begins by creating opportunities for First Nations to become more self-reliant and to support the decolonial effort where First Nations assert their self-jurisdiction. The Anishinaabeg First Nation communities require knowledge, resources, and expertise. The federal and provincial governments have created and prevented equitable access to the tools needed to actively participate and lead in the digital, remote, and connected technology world. So that is the beginning of the resolution there. Do you want me to reread what I already did? Yeah, okay. All right, so I think everyone probably should have some copies handed out there. So next, I just want to ask if there's any comment on the resolution by the mover and seconder. Yeah, good. Oh yeah, okay. Chief Simpson.
Thank you for, I'm not sure if it's on. Let's try that again. Can you hear me? No. All right, it's on. Thank you for that. I'd also like to thank Kelsey for putting this together. I also want to acknowledge Don Smoke. I know he wasn't acknowledged earlier, but he's an Alderville member, a World War II veteran. So I just, I think this is... We're more than pleased that he was able to make it out today. So I've got a bit of background on what the purpose of this is. Back in the 1990s, I was a researcher at Indian Affairs when the residential school apology came out by the minister at the time. So at that point, legal liability had been identified. So the last school had just closed in 1997, which was Gordon's residential school. And we were able to take all the documents right out of that school and take them straight into the residential schools records office, which it was called back then. And since then, I started my company. We were handling all of these, the claims, the settlement process. So it's something that's been long time coming. So it's my life work has been into this issue. Now that the claims have been settled, what are the next steps? The next steps are to hopefully identify the burials and whatever the communities choose to do, if they want to have a ceremony in the ground or if they want to repatriate them, that's totally up to them. But they do need to have the technology to be able to do that. There's no disposable funds for these. There's no core funding to have this happen. And the way the government always saw it was this stuff was never supposed to come out. There was never a plan for this. So we have to make up our own plan. And where I'm situated in Alderville First Nation, that was the very beginning of the residential school system. It was first a manual labor school that became the industrial school, which was the precursor to the residential schools. And so in a lot of ways, this issue started in Alderville, but it's going to take all of us to finish it. And once we have these technologies and these tools in place, it's not going to be just for residential schools and unmarked burials that we're going to be able to use it for. It's going to be for all sorts of different issues. It could be mining or farming or you name it. There's so many reasons you could use this. But the most pertinent aspect right now is to have the technology for the unmarked burials. And I just hope that it meets your requirements and that we can have a good discussion on it. Thank you, Megwitch.
Ani, Buju, Gi Kanomanage, Nadishnakas, Abwagan Asning, Nadunjiba, Makwa Nadodam. I'm here to speak on behalf of this. I heard from reading what I read, there was a lot of technical stuff. I can maybe give you a little bit of personal stuff, why this should pass. I'm a third generation survivor of residential school. I know there's people in this room that know my grandparents who went to residential school. And I was lucky enough to visit the anniversary that they had for these residential school survivors at Shinwalk. The first one I went, I was 5 years old. My grandparents brought me, and they walked me behind the back of the school, and they stood there. And I was wondering why they were filled with grief. It wasn't until I went to the next one when I was 10 years old, because they had them every 5 years. Now they're having them every year. And my grandfather then told me why he was sad. After I went to later study at Lakehead University, Indigenous Learning, and I was asked to do a project, and I did one on residential school. So I was lucky enough that my grandparents were still alive, and I was able to interview them about a subject that they never spoke about. It was about their time at residential school. And before that time, they actually told me about graves that were on the school grounds. And that was 20, 25 years ago, maybe even longer. And when the news of the unmarked graves at residential school came out, I was happy and both sad, knowing that my grandparents were right. And things I heard validate what they said. After spending some time in the sweat lodge last night, I knew I had to come and say what I had to say. I didn't know now then, but I knew now, to give me the strength to speak on matters like this. Technology like this is to help us to go forward so we can prove ourselves in a court of law. Amongst us here, we take our word is honored. Our oral stories are honored. But when we go to fight for treaty and annuities or our land claims, we need that proof. And that proof comes with this technology. And I just want to say, miigwech, thank you, everybody.
Miigwech, Miigwech Ogama Simpson and Proxy Wawie. So next I'd like to call for question, and I'd like to do a vote. All in favor? Miigwech. Any oppositions? I see none. Any opposed, or sorry, any abstentions? I see none. That resolution is carried. Miigwech. Oh, sorry, in the back there, yes. Ogama Manitowabi.
Rachel Mendobin, Dishnikas, Gima, Quen Dao, Wiquem Kong, on Don Matque, Gimi Nogonoswin, Makwadodem. Nigeni ni que ni mkotagwas mandani knocknigeunan debachiga de geni ni dam kotagwas mandan nishnabe when object ni weed ni nishnabe nikel mandani subject mover seconder status opposed me no abstentions me no ni let it be said mano ka kidom mano da kidom magat me no shni. The final statement of Begid Namokdash Yin Winishna Begimak Mounjid Dewat. So I'm asking for a point of order. Oh, my name is Rachel Manitowabi, Chief of Wikwemkong. I just want to have a reminder that when we talk about these resolutions and these laws, that we don't forget our Anishinaabe language, and that's something that I'm hoping that whomever is chairing from the floor can either speak to the words that are associated with these terms, and if the chair is not able to say the words, that someone who can, with some fluency, say the words on behalf of the assembly, because I always want to make sure that our words, the sacred words that the Creator gave us, are always placed first. So, Debachiga Dek. As subject, Jikidagam Gukwe, Minoshni, Mandaka, Mano, da Kido Magat, so let it be said, Minoshquach ni Bigidnamokdash, Ginwe Nishna Begimak, Mounjiduat. So if I'm asking if those words could also be said on the assembly, because those words are very important, very sacred. And we have to remember that in reclaiming not only our governance systems and revitalizing our languages in our own communities, we also have to do that on the assembly floor. Chimigwech, for your consideration. For your consideration.
Miigwech for that very important reminder. I totally agree. All right. All right, so we're going to move on to the next resolution there. Resolution 2024-11. We'll get it up on the screen. Are there physical copies out there? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So this resolution, the Debache Gadeg, First Nation Student Supports for Financial Literacy Assessment, Igan Denang. I just want to make sure that we have the attendance of the mover and seconder. So do we have Ross and Patsy? I see Patsy. See Ross over there, perfect, yep. They're in attendance already. Equinijing Egabina. So, oh, I don't have to read out.
Honey.
Okay, so we'll move on to the end portion there. Bigadnenmong, Dash, Ginwe, Anishinaabe, Gimag, Mawanjiwad. Number 1, basic. Directed the Anishinaabe Nation leadership to advocate for First Nation-specific funding commitments from the federal and provincial governments to support changes in Ontario's education. And number 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Education Secretariat to work with the Chiefs and Technical Committee on Language and Learning, CTCLL, to support with the Ministry of Education on the rollout of financial literacy assessment and support required for First Nation learners. I just want to see if the mover or seconder has any comments or anything. Would you like to address the resolution? Yep. Ogama?
Ani Miigwech for giving me the time to gig it. My name is Ross Armstrong. I'm the Deputy Chief of Chiging First Nation. We're very proud of Linda back home, and our Chief and Council back home congratulates you on your successful win here today. So Miigwech, Linda. So our children, they are important. This resolution speaks to the lack of the consultation and the lack of resources to our First Nations. To address this important and mandated provincial requirements for our financial literacy, our children already have barriers. We need to stop the imposed within the unrested moves within our provincial government. And also, I just wanted to add again to the beginning of my speech there, Linda. Yesterday, Linda spoke a little bit about, I was thinking about it last night as I was in my room. Linda talked a little bit about Gijbujige. If anybody knows what Gijbujige is, that's cutting wood. So Linda, I got the chance to work with Linda, not in an office setting, but I got to work with Linda in the bush setting, where Linda could outcut wood faster than I can. So I just wanted to make that clear to the people here that I had the opportunity to work with Linda, and she can really cut wood. So Miigwech for my time. Miigwech, and congratulations on behalf of our Chief and Council back home. Congratulations, Linda. Miigwech to all of you, all the Gamas that are here. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ross. Chief Patsy?
Chief Corbier, AOKFN. I just want to say that grade 10 is a very hard course for our students. They're failing. The math already is hard. It's university math, even starting at grade 9. So this assessment that they want to do and our youth to be getting 70% is pretty difficult. So they'll never get their Ontario Secondary School diploma if they implement this, and there was no consultation with First Nations to do this, and they're making it more difficult. We pay the most tuition at the school, the high school in Manitoulin. I think it's $15,000 and compared to $12,000 that non-band members pay. And we get no services from them. And I know Linda is a rep from Rainbow District School Board. I've had to talk to her quite a bit with what's going on there. But we got no support. So we got kids with IPEs, but they're not getting any supports. So this is another barrier. We're never going to get any children graduating from high school if we continue to let this go. So we need to strongly advocate for those youth who aren't here today to advocate for themselves. So, Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Miigwech, Chief. So with that, I'd like to call a question for this resolution. All in favor? Miigwech. Any abstentions? I see none. Any oppositions? I see none. Oh, sorry. Linda Wendizig. Yeah, Gawin. Gego Ekitsig. Miigwech. All right, Miigwech, resolution is passed. Ahoo.
I'm going to invite the grandma. She said she has a powerful 10-minute speech presentation. Geen. Nishnaba and Wen language, Barb Nolan.
Aboshon de noe magnak. Abeka gishibian mampi wakidia. Mida shwen tamesh bigarek. Boshon de noe magnak. Wabagan kwendigo. Makwendo dem. Doganing wikwam kongi bin chabanaba. Nangok tigan sibing deta. Kishpin wegen me kashibi moat kundak enkit machik manda nishnabe moen mampi nishnabe nation. Glagenda now, chimsinigan gamin goek, page 4. Mi share report temgak. Kishpin wegen mek. Ni the shwiga. Nochkego shandam sinates one of the batama. Nungunid batan manda nish ni. Manda enweng eshik chapi tendagok. Apchigok chapi tendagot manda nishnabemon. Gaigadao nito sinawe. It's very important that we don't lose our language. Apchignani e gans sadamgi spinshre bagwe. It would be very terrible if that happens. Nungwa Nishnabek nation yaok nishkweok and kit machik. We namachishka kenegego ali darne me on Nishnabe when manager eawet. Shashingo punch up the shre eat. Minodish coordinator and not maget. Gnama Nanagisis Nabachaja Yatik, Lori McLeod Shabogishik. Me one dog and kit machik manda Nishnabe when we namachishka got kinanguche. Nishnabek king at Ben Dagok Mampi Nishnabek nation. Tam Shwigwa Niked Batan Gajia Mampi Eshkebedwashna. I want to talk a little bit about how I felt when I first came in yesterday morning when we started. Mampi ni Gikchetwabi gang. We had a grand entry. Kshitwabinegeme. Ustudni king kibin jabinegeme. Kinagunda keg na kim winchgazok. All the flags. Mino mundak tab. Mignatgok tam gibin gazok. Abjashkun mami kwendam manda nishnabe win the king at temgak mampi. Gundak mignatgok kinamshke kine tegen pogana kidwegoshe ekchetwine ni ekchetwine mang. All these sacred items that, that mean a lot to us. Need a shwigo get? I only got 10 minutes, so I'm trying to rush. Need a shwigo. I don't know why they give me 10 minutes. I mean, you guys took a lot more minutes than that to pass one resolution, right? So come on, guys. There is one thing missing here. Nishnabemwin. Kaya apchigo yun nundo si Nishnabemat. Dai genien dong Nishnaben system. My dog at home understands. Gujing. Gwiwi sinna. Bishna gwim na kwen. My dog understands the language when I speak to him. Three of my dogs. It's drastically missing. Even if you know 4 words like ani, and don't say it together, ani bonjour. It's ani, take a breath, Bonjour. And then you continue, and then you can say your Anishinaabe name, and then you can say Ndinoi Maganak, and some areas say Ndinoi Maganituk. Okay, whichever is your choice, you can say that. I was telling one lady, my friend over there, that I should put a course on for Anishinaabe Nation chiefs. Okay? Anishinaabe. I'm only creating more work for myself, but, you know, I enjoy doing this. Now, mandan tam kawin de monim. Manda kidwin gima. Wiyuna kit kendan edmingwe. Does anybody know what that means, gima? Oh, yeah? What? But not really. Okay, it comes from the word gib. Gib. Gib means to count. Count the persons or count something that's alive. Gima, one who has been counted. Kiwam dana deshil mampigi shwe bakwe. Gi anchi gima ni gi gima king mampi. Gi ao kundak eshknigchik. Gi bagin daso gani minik gimak eat mampi. Where's the rest of the chiefs? They're not in their chair. Oh, they're sitting behind the table. Okay, so Kiwam dana de shwisheba, Gigima king, Gigima cake, da kitguna. Gima, one who has been counted. Gimak, those who have been counted. I mean, that's what happened here this morning. You were counted, okay? How many was in your favor, how many was in favor over here, and Barb is sitting over there, and no counts for me. I'm just kidding. Shaguna. Apchishgogi moshknende. Imoshkne nde. Apchigogi moshknende. Iwamchigamampi gigimaking. My heart was full watching the way that we are now doing the elections, nominations and elections. Temgata shwigogeni waninankia. I have job to do as either as Anishinaabe commissioner, but I probably would have been doing if I hadn't been appointed to this job, not a job, this position. So I wear a hat. I don't have one. But anyway, temgata shwigogeni waninkia. We should know mogwa Anishinaabe to show those who speak the language. How to pass on their language. Because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to do it. They can speak it, but they don't know how to pass it on. Us speakers are counted upon to be responsible for passing on our language. So, Ngishitundash, a fluent speaker training program. We kwam kong, gigwejmigok, we ja, we kinomogwa uda Anishinaabe mushkit. Those who are fluent speakers, mushkit, fully fluent. And that's what I told the fellow there that wanted to get me there to go and teach the speakers. They have to be fully fluent. They can't be just almost fluent, but I wanted them fully fluent. And I only took 15 per session. They got me for 4 cohorts. Niwing shashigode gisha wikwemkong. Ni the shwigo gening chapitendan. Megwa dan kitan benochiak msinates chigatsan. I am presently working on children. Somebody said children are important. Okay, and children absorb whatever they hear, right? They absorb, they learn whatever they hear. So today, this afternoon earlier, I think it was before lunchtime, I got word from a young man named Esbiquin from Kedronang. He told me last November, Barbara, I can help you produce animated videos for children, because that's always been in the back of my head. Because I work at the daycare in Garden River, and I play with the kids, and I act funny and silly and all that. You know, the kids love me. Anyway, so Esbiquin said, I can help you do those videos. I said, okay. And he said, I won't charge you anything, but I feel I have to pay him. So I've applied for funds here and there. I got no word yet, but soon they will send me some money, I hope. So Esbiquin from Kedronang emailed me this morning. He says the first 3 out of the first 10 are complete. So I'm going to get your adrenaline flowing by showing you. Okay, let's see over here. There's me over there. That's a cartoon, Barbara Nolan. I have a website called barbaranolan.com, and if any of you have not gone there, shame on you. Can you bring my... It's stories. When I tell the story, I draw on a wall, I do this, or whatever I do. Okay, to make you understand what I'm saying. And if you can follow along with the story, your language acquisition cup is getting filled up. Okay? It's getting, you just have to hear. Okay, there's 4 things that need to be done to be speaking the language. First, there must be speakers that you have to hear, right? Because if there's no speakers, where in heaven's name are you going to hear something? So maybe we should start recording our fluent speakers that you have on the reserves, okay? Record them. Tell them to tell a story or tell a history about this or about that, whatever. But record them. We're not going to be around forever. I plan on to be as old as the gentleman that was here this morning. He's 93. Okay? So I plan to be around that long anyway. Anyway, so midash Israel bakwe. Abdeg enishnabemat uyat. There has to be speakers to hear, for you guys to hear. Secondly, then you will be listening to those speakers. After a while, after so many hours, like it's a long process. Think of a child. When it's born, he hears whatever language is in the house, okay? And then he begins to understand. So that's the third thing. You begin to understand. Then after a while, when you're about 2 years old, 3 years old, you'll be spitting out words, okay? After, like a baby when it's 3 years old, like a little kid, they begin to spit out words. And that's what's going to happen to you, because you're big kids. Now, so I've been working on these animated videos. My job is easy. He just records me, records my silliness and all that, singing, and then I'm done. But his job is to put all the animation in. See, there's a green screen in the back, and then he puts pictures behind there, and he makes me put on silly things. Look at me, I'm a cop over there. Hey? But the kids are going to enjoy that, right? I think so. And today I'm going to get you all excited, because I was so excited when Esbiquin emailed me and said the first 3 are ready. And then over there we watched them. But they're not. We're not going to show this one video on what do you call that? Streamline. We're not going to show it over there. This is for this select group. You're a select group because they're not out yet. They're going to be on YouTube for free. And as soon as I get, I'm going to have kind of a premiere event. We're going to have sunrise ceremony. we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then we're going to show these videos, however many he gets done in the short time. I'd like to say miigwech to Anishinaabeg Nation for contributing to the first 5 videos. They pitched in some money to fund the first 5. Okay, so I'm going to show you the first video, and enjoy. Be as excited as I was. This is for your grandchildren. This is for the future generation. You want something done for the future generation? Well, I'm doing it. Oh my God. Miigwech Gabzindoyek. Now you know why I was all excited. Now, Bamamino.
Were you hungry watching this? Oh, I was trying to eat slow.
All right, all right. Miigwech, miigwech.
Somehow when you're hungry, you just don't.
And don't be, hey, I really like that. Isidore got right into that one too. The professor, the language professor, got right into that. I'm going to invite now for the next presentation. I hope it's arrived in 10 minutes. Dr. Corbière-Laval, Jeanette, and Patrick. Coming together.
Bonjour, Kinawea, we da said there's na cas. On deck, I'm the conning, we did listening don't jaba. I want to start off by just saying I'm not going to read the presentation that's in your kits. I just want to talk to you. You know, I've been listening very hard at the session here, and I'm hearing, you know, some good words. And by the way, that's a hard act to follow there with our Barb. That's really, really fantastic. And that's, again, just another example of our strong Anishinaabe Ekwe. And so, you know, I've been thinking about, you know, a lot of the comments have been said about, you know, how we're all one Anishinaabe family. And I've been thinking about Chief Williams talking about how there's been people that have been around this table for a long time. I was thinking about that, and it turns out this is my 49th year of being involved in some capacity with the Union of Ontarians and the Anishinaabe Nation. I just finished 50 years with the Little NHL, and it's been a real joy. But as I listen to the discussions today, I guess I want to talk a little bit about, you know, the exciting future that we've got. You know, we've got some young people, young leaders that are coming along. I look at our youth council, for example, all dynamic, strong people. Our women that are involved with the Quayoak Council and our nation councils, and our strong leadership that's around this table, around this floor. And I mention that because in being around for 49 years, I've seen a lot of leaders. I've seen a lot of things happening. And I can say without a doubt that the Anishinaabe Nation has been the leading nation across this country. And it was because they were bold and they took on new initiatives and tried things and had strong advocacy. If you think back, Indian control of Indian education started with the Anishinaabe people here. It got adopted right across the country. Policing started with our folks. Tribal councils started with our groups. The childcare initiatives that are going on now started with the Anishinaabe. Gaming. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And where our initiatives here have been adopted by other regions, by the province, provincial level and the national level, and the impacts have gone on even to the international level. We used to be heavily active with the UNDRIP file back in the days when we got started. And we've gone to the United Nations in Geneva to talk about harvesting, fur harvesting in particular, and we've also gone to talk to them about storage of nuclear waste and the nuclear issue in our communities. So why I'm saying all this is that, you know, over the years, I've listened to strong leaders come out of this territory. You know, and I've often said it, and I'll say it, I guess, for as long as I live. One of the most powerful speeches I ever heard in my life was at Sunshine Alley there at Whitefish River, below Dreamers Rock, when Chief Bill Mayowaski from Serpent River talked. He wasn't using words like sovereignty or self-determination or whatever, but he was telling it like it was about how we have to get Indian affairs off our back and take control of our lives. And again, it's unfortunate in those days nobody recorded those powerful speeches. And we had lots of leaders from every region in our territory that were so powerful. So why I'm saying this is I'm really going to be up here to challenge you leaders and beg you leaders, I guess, to really become real bold again. You know, we're going through, I guess, a critical period in our history right now where, you know, we've got to get the shackles of colonialism off of our backs. We've got to get this Indian Act off of our backs. And I'll tell you, don't wait for the federal or provincial government or anyone else to do anything for you. You got to do it yourself. And that's by being bold. Our people are watching us. Our kids are watching us. That's why it's so. I'm so optimistic about our youth. They're strong in their beliefs. So we are at a critical time, and there's a federal election coming up, probably sooner than we think. And this guy that could possibly take out Justin Trudeau, don't ever think that he's going to be a friend to the Anishinaabe. You know, he's a guy that in the Harper government was opposed to the settlement of residential schools. He listens to Conrad Black that wants to do away with any special rights, or he listens to Tom Flanagan that talks about doing away with taxation matters. So we got to really rise to the occasion. I heard that said somewhere earlier here. We got to rise up. We got to rise to the occasion here. And we're only going to do that, and I also heard Richard talk about it this morning. Our elder gets it, Richard, about how we need to be unified. We can't just say that word for rhetoric. We've got to put it into action. We've got to work together. We can't work in silos anymore. You know, right now as a commissioner on governance, we've been trying to promote governance, which was mandated by the Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council unanimously to proceed. And the federal government has been very good at doing what they usually do, is creating division. So I'm not up here to criticize any processes. There's lots of processes going on about trying to move the yardsticks on your governance. And they're all good as long as you're doing something. But if we stay status quo of not doing anything to get out of the Indian Act, then we're not doing ourselves any favors. So whether you're involved in the Moknagon project of looking at a way of doing self-government, or if you were looking at the old Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement process, if you're looking at the treaty process, the Indian Lands Management process, or the lands claim process that has components of governance in it, we all got to start using best practices and collaboration to have a united front on issues. We have an opportunity with this intergovernmental forum process to, as Anishinaabe communities, to take high priority issues to the highest levels of government and advocate them. And one of the most important ones is citizenship. And Jeanette is going to come and talk about that here. We're nothing without our citizens. And we can't go there with a checkerboard approach, you know, to citizenship. We have to have some basic principles that we all agree on. And then, of course, there will be some specific characteristics to your individual First Nations. There doesn't have to be a one-size-fits-all, but I think as Anishinaabe people, we have commonalities that I think we can form, you know, some broad, general principles of how we do things. And all this stuff that is going on about, like Barb here with the language, you know, that is so crucial to this discussion because it goes to the heart of our identity. And the process we went through here with this traditional form of leadership selection goes to the heart of how we're going to get stronger in our communities, because right now we still have a lot of communities that operate under the Indian Act election system. That Indian Act election system is a flawed design. You don't have time within 2 years to do a hell of a lot, because by the time you have the learning curve to get to know what you're doing, you're back in election mode. So, you know, we got to begin to change how we do business. And I think, you know, I'm a strong proponent of we need to collaborate. We need to have unity. We need to work together on some of these key issues. And that's the only way we're going to move the yardsticks here. If you think that these processes that are all over the map are going to win us the day, they'll only win us the day if we work together. Because these governments, federally and provincially, they're not going to do anything that's lets them give jurisdiction that's ours back to us. They're going to try to hang on as much control as they have been for over 150 years. So my message today, folks, is that we have to have a more collaborative, unified approach of our strongest best practices. We can't be working in silos. And let's put the Anishinaabe Nation back on the map again, because I believe we are the strongest nation, that has been around for a long time, and we can be even stronger going forward. So, Chimigwech.
Well, I'm shorter than you, obviously. Ani, bonjour. Kiwet nangeni nishnikas. Krekek and the mountain, Mino, we come kong don chapa. Mino, nanamigo gi anchinikas, manda en nakiam. And Nigan without at the Bendagzajik, Minongo Egawan. Mirishwednongo Eshu Wikichiton, Gujaja, Wikidiawe. My get Manchmanda at the Bendagzajik, and Nigan without. The right to belong, like the head of it, eh? So, and while I'm saying that word, I just like to recognize our chief. Keith, because Keith Knott, that word came from him about 10 years ago when we first started. So, Miigwech Keith. And, we've been talking about issues and programs and what's happening with government coming on us, the theft of identity and all that. Well, that has been going on for a long time, and we are starting to deal with it. I was flipping back through some of the resolutions, and thank you, Pat. He asked me many years ago, in 2009, I asked him, I said, Pat, when did we start this? When did you ask me to come to the Anishinaabe Nation to work on citizenship? And he said that was 2009. So that's 15 years, actually. And here we are. We still, I don't believe, have a product of all that work and those recommendations that we have been doing. I also saw in our background a resolution in same year, 2009. I think it was Chief from Wanapete, Chief Rock, and Surrett, who said, let's implement this Citizenship Act, a one-parent rule. So it's out there. We have that information. It's all out there, and it's available. And I asked my friend here, my assistant, Laura, to put some information up on the screen on the one-parent rule, and also on the what we call the second generation cutoff, simply because here we are, 2024, we're still dealing with that colonial mentality of eliminating us, and that's happening right now. So the two-parent rule that the Department of Indigenous Services Canada, that's what they're implementing, and that's what they want to see. The fewer of us as Edibendogzajik to our nation, the better they're going to be. So I guess just to take a step back, we have been I guess, concerned with taking our sovereign rights. Who are we? We say we're a Anishinaabe nation. Well, what is a nation? Nations have land, they have people, they have language, culture. They also have a history, spirituality, and governance. We have all that. We saw it this morning. We were practicing our sovereign right in doing our elections, the way we're choosing our leadership, that accountability is in there. And here we are, we're doing it. And then we just saw Barb and her video, taking back our language. So all this is happening. We just have to get really serious and start doing it. Language, culture. We have, look at all the women here in their beautiful skirts and their beadwork. That's who we are as Anishinaabe people. We have that recognition of our design, our art, our culture. So it's there. And we just need to take that next step about governance. Let's really put some effort into governance, which is how we govern ourselves. How do we recognize each other? It's going to be up to us. And we do know who our people are. And that was one of the primary results of the consultation that I was asked to do for the Anishinaabe Nation back in 2009. It says, go to all our communities, ask questions. How can we deal with this whole dilemma about Indian Affairs telling us who our citizens are, who belongs to our reserve, who has status, who doesn't have status, who loses their right through enfranchisement, or if they go to university. You know, all those things, and you all know that. You are aware. So now is the time to really take a good look at that. What can we do right now? How can we be responsible? Our gets that keep saying, we have those responsibilities within our clans. Well, let's start looking at those responsibilities and let's start acting on it. That is so important. And having said that, we've got the one-parent rule, I guess we could say. We even have a draft citizenship Nakanigewan. Edwin Dawsich Nakanigewan, I should say. And it's there, it's available to you. I believe we were going to have some handouts, but they are there. Because I know many of you are concerned about that second generation cutoff. And believe me, it's happening. Many of our communities are reaching that point where many of the members are 6'2". Ideally, we should all be 6'1". Technically, we shouldn't even be that. We should determine who our people are. And that's what we have to do. Yep, for sure. So we can have those resources. We can do it. And we've been given a little bit of Jonia to be part of this, once again, a governmental Indigenous process. Each First Nation is going to be invited to make comments to their consulting us on the Indian Act. And of course, that's a two-parent rule. And what nation has a two-parent rule? I don't know of anyone. Most nations have just a one-parent rule, and that's how you decide one of the main criteria anyways about your people. The Bendagosajik, those who belong, the Bendagos, I belong, and you know that in your communities. You have your records, you have your relatives, your ancestors, and you can trace that back 7 generations. We have to trace the next 7 generations. Our Getsit was saying that we got to think about the future. And so we have great, 7 grades, I think you said. So that's our responsibility. And the government, it's there. they are going to be approaching all of you this summer, this fall. You'll be, I don't know if you're giving money to each First Nation, but I know they are consulting again because they have to under UNDRIP and a section on citizenship. I think, where's Laura? I forget the number of that. I did write it down. What's the number of that Indigenous?
Indigenous Advisory Process.
What's the number?
Oh, 300,000 for.
Anyways, it's that bill that's coming up.
C-38.
C-38, that's it. I forget. And so you will all be hearing from ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, this summer, in the next little while, and they will be going to your communities. They'll be asking you your input. But what you're going to see is a two-parent rule, and I believe there's a diagram. If you have 2 6-2s, the next generation, government isn't recognizing it. We could, because all we have to do is recognize one parent, and then you can trace that ancestry. So let us, as Pat said, let's act like, practice our sovereign rights as a nation. We have governance, we have all that. So I'll just close and say that we're looking forward to working with all of you. It's so important. You've all heard the Chiefs of Ontario and their partnership with the Métis Federation Manitoba, because there's identity fraud out there. We deal with it in our communities, in our organizations. People show up and they say, yeah, I'm Indigenous. I can trace my ancestry back 10, 20, 30 generations back. Well, that's not good enough. You have to be able to have that direct descendancy, that direct connection, that lineage. That's what's important. And once you recognize that, other aspects will come in. And I guess I'll just close and say that, one other thing I was going to say, 2 things actually. The annual report of the Anishinaabe Nation, I mentioned this to Pat. I said, I looked at it, I said, we don't talk about citizenship or anything in that one because we haven't been doing anything for the last little while. So what can we do about that? So the next AGA, I hope we're going to have a big section on all the positive work that we've done. And I heard that financial report. How come we have surpluses and we didn't have enough money to do anything on citizenship? So on that note, I want to work with our leadership. I should have congratulated our leadership, Gimakwe, and Deputy Leader on getting that recognition, and that we're here, we will support, and looking forward to working with our leadership and with all you Gimak, I shouldn't say it that way, but with all the Gimak at the community level, the First Nations level. Miigwech in the way. Well, we don't have to stay for questions.
That it? Miigwech. Pierre, Young People, Youth Council, 3 minutes. And then we're going to do that honoring.
Ani Kinoe, Niganzet Nimki Benestish Nakas, Adik Dodem, Chiging Donjaba. First of all, I just want to say, I never thought in all of my years I would hear 37 of the 39 chiefs sing, what was that? Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in the language. That was amazing. Almost put me to bed back there. But at this time, I'd like to, I'm gonna ask the youth council to come stand out in front here. And then as well as, I'd like to call up Donna, my Nitais Donna, and Head Gets It. They have some words they need to share. And then I will continue on after there was tobacco that was offered here, so there's a process we need to follow in a good way. And so throughout the week, we were actually trying to find a little bit of time to squeeze into the agenda. So I believe I found it, and this is a good time to lead into what's happening next.
Bonjour. Pevde kwedang digo, nishna be kwenda gigondo de mawe, shikegin nenginot magna. Nidom nisingin bin jabaw kam kong bin jaji, combination kadio de abin jakubnigo. He said, Gigwech migo, Samang Gimingo, Wikwegi Gidanchina. So at this time, I want to, I was offered tobacco to speak about our youth council and how important they are to the work that we do, especially as the elders get sick. There's, we might meet once a year or something, but I think we have to start doing these meetings regularly with our youth council, especially with the Nino Council, the Quail Council, the Two-Spirited Council. They're so important that we continue, or that we begin that work that brings the two councils together. And I also want to, I guess, many of you may not be aware of the accomplishments that we've achieved with the Youth Council. They've shown real leadership because, some of them have gone on to become chiefs in the communities. I think of Andy Rickard. He was started on the Youth Council years ago, and he became the chief in his community and a successful chief. He's gone on to other things now, but they have also, become, stepped into senior positions at AFN, at Chiefs of Ontario. It's been incredible work, and it's the training, it's the achievements that they have here as the Youth Council that they go on to really, bigger and better things. I just this past weekend witnessed one of our Youth Council in the position of grandfather in the Rain Dance Lodge. This is one of our youth. You think of when they say grandfather, you think someone that's, many, many years old or senior, but no, it was one of our own that assumed that grandfather position. So those are the words that I wanted to share because I've seen the growth and incredible, victories that have come through this Youth Council. They've met with parliamentarians, they meet with ministers, they took on the personhood of water, that was such a major achievement. And it all came from the Youth Council. They're the ones that went and met with the ministers. So my heart is full when I think of our Youth Council. So I want to share those words with you. Miigwech for listening.
So I'm gonna ask my Nitais Donna and Head Gets It to head over to our youth council members. This was a long time coming, these gifts. You know, the youth council, 4 or 5 months prior to this grand council, we asked, well, I asked creators, crafters amongst and throughout the Anishinaabeg Nation for these gifts. These are one of 3 that we've asked for from Anishinaabeg Nation. And I'm so proud and so very happy that I was able to pick up these gifts after Rain Dance this past Sunday. This also marks the first time that the Anishinaabeg Nation Youth Council has been at full strength. Two representatives from each region. Unfortunately, Marcus from the Northern Superior region couldn't be here today, but I'm very glad, I'm very proud to see Mackenzie Crochane here. She's a very busy lady. Every time we try and get her to come to our meetings, oh, I have something scheduled. Oh, I have a meeting with my youth. I have a powwow to go to. I actually reached out to her January. Hey, book off time, June. And she's here. So I'm going to ask the youth council to open their gifts. Yeah. And I'm also really proud to acknowledge an alumni that is actually here today. I'm going to ask Gamewin to stand up. Gamewin was part of the youth council a little while ago. And she's always been youth-driven, youth-led, from even being in community when it comes to her crafting. And every time I'm on the road and I see something, something will always remind me of Gamewin. I remember one time I was driving home and I saw a gawk. You know, unfortunately I was hit. And I know Gamewin does a lot of quill work, and she always has these like little youth groups come together and they learn quill work and quilling. And I take a little bit of pride in that because as well I know she knows my great-grandma Josette. You know, she was a quiller in my family. And so I was like, I know who to take this to. So I'm really thankful to all of the alumni that may be here, maybe not. I also want to acknowledge Quinn Misagwasage, who I was his successor. And so he as well taught me a lot of things, neat little tricks to use when I come to assemblies, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but we're perfecting it. As well, this really leads into the next, and I'm very honored to be a part of the youth council, and the youth council volunteering me to be the bundle carrier and our bonnet carrier. So I really appreciate that, and I say chimigwech to all my colleagues. And I also want to quash a rumor that's been going around. I will be taking a leave of absence from the month of July to September. It is true. I enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces. My unit is the 2nd Irish, based out here out of Sudbury. So I will be in my basic military qualifications or boot camp in Meaford, Ontario. So I really made a lot of time to come to this, as this is unfortunately my last AN assembly up until our fall assembly. So I leave it into the very capable hands of my colleagues, my friends, my brothers and sisters, the Anishinaabeg Nation Youth Council.
Oh, I thought you were giving me some gifts. Miigwech to Youth Council. Ogima Duke Pelche, he did leave information in the booklets for you to have, and he's not here to do his presentation. I didn't bump him. And Ogima McLeod, I'm going to bump him. He's on a Zoom call. And I'm going to ask Marcia to come and begin her presentation or direct the next presentation.
I believe on the agenda, we do have a presentation from Bamoknagan, and we've got the CEO, Leslie McGregor, who is here. There she is.
Ani Kinawea, I appreciate everybody still hanging around. I know people want to get on the road. So I'll make it short and sweet and hopefully fantastic. So Chief McLeod is on a Zoom call, so I'm filling in for him. Basically, what we've agreed to do with Anishinaabeg Nation is to provide updates on Moknagan. And if for those of you who don't know what Moknagan is, we're the central governing body that emerged from the Anishinaabeg Nation Governance Agreement. So our role is to support the First Nations that signed on to the agreement in 4 separate areas. So the first one is elections, second is citizenship, third is culture and language, and then the fourth is election. So watching this process today was really helpful for me, and I'm very pleased and honored to be a part of that, even as an observer. So in terms of Moknagan, it is a new entity. It did basically start in October 2022. I came in January 2023, and so we've been steadily growing from there in terms of staffing the actual organization and doing all the really exciting work like policy development and so forth. So woohoo, that's been really fun. But more importantly, I think part of it is assisting First Nations when they want to join the Anishinaabeg Nation Governance Agreement. We did amend the Anishinaabeg Nation Governance Agreement Schedule C. Instead of having the ratification votes now, it's called the First Nations Approval Process that really looks at 4 major principles that and also includes free, prior, and informed consent. And we're still in that process right now of negotiating with Canada on how that actually unfolds in terms of the First Nations who've gone through their First Nations approval process. So it's brand new, and we're working out all the kinks with that. But what that does mean is for First Nations that want to join the First Nations Governance Agreement, that the process itself uses key terms like customary and traditional. So your community can decide how it actually wants to do that. So that was approved in December 2023. And as I said, now we're still moving through it. It is brand new for both Canada and us. So we're working out all those types of kinks. But in addition to that, the major responsibility of Moknagan is to support those First Nations under Anishinaabeg Nation governance agreements. So we try and hold regular meetings with our governance directors, and the first challenge that they've taken on is on citizenship. So we're working on that as we move through the other pillars. On top of that, though, we are doing our strategic planning for Moknagan to really look at where we see ourselves 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, in addition to engaging with lawyers to actually develop law templates that can be customized for each communities. So we're also in that process right now. Moknagan collaborates with the other self-governing entities, so we sit on the Self-Governance Technical Working Group, and we work alongside KEB, Kogonaswin, Health Transformation, and anything coming behind that. So it's all brand new work. We're really moving along steadily. We're planning on actually looking at doing research. So we're trying to set the baseline for communities about where they are now, and with the intervention being ANGA, and how that impacts or positively, I'm hoping, these communities. And the research shows, especially a report that came out of BC back in like 2005 about First Nations that are self-governing, and there's other indicators on there, but that's the key one for us. The First Nations that are self-governing have a lower and almost zero suicide rate. So part of our research is actually looking at those well-being indicators for the communities. And then on top of that, the partnerships, as I said, that we have with these other self-governing bodies in terms of data management and intellectual property rights and so forth. So we're moving along in all these different things, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing, and as well as the staff, and certainly look forward to one, if you are interested in it, even if you just want information on it, feel free to email me. And I guess I didn't give, it's on the newsletter. I think there was newsletters that were provided out in the main area. You can get a hold of me and we can start looking at how we can support your communities. And that's all for me now.
So we're going to invite our auntie, our grandmother Donna, and Getsit Richard to come and make a presentation.
Aha. 앞으로 미 거치는담 미노방기 건데 코스방기 menagi jigat. Aha, what I was asked to do is wigijadama o mi gueto nishnabe mi nishnabe jitto en mi wenigegu mi gotched mat which nishnabet what go over the ming eskini gijek gay no im kwed mot gay no je na lag den diot I woman da na ga woman da wat mi go pichi na batu get to nishnabe I na batu get when it obenessen jag såg och get nishnabe mi woman do ete we mi kans wona ga do nishnabe mi wat ja eskini gijek eshi gegen na kik na ga makni go Wydys gamin dy gwyg chyd to'n dawd, gymi cos. A wy cacan yn si na, a ben chyd baig we, a bis gami gwe, na bod o gas. A bis trep sgwyd oed no. A mi mynd o beth i gwyd yn mi gwa, a gyd wyn ad yma gya we, o gyma gad. Gyd mi gagi siang ysyd. Gyd wy mi na, o mi nyn. Kijk, zit toon daar wat we, mi wet nis na begego. Wat er zo minute over nes, minute over. Mi nas, mi gona sap, mi ges sabigan, minute okay, walk, mi ges sabigan luck. What I just said there was chimi wetch, and I like to thank the youth what they did, and what they gave, that gift. And someone sat there and started weaving, nabatuge, with their thread and needle. With spirit beads. And each time you make a stitch, it tells a story. Mikos, you start to make a mikos, a road. And once you finish it, then you see what it looks like, how beautiful it is, that journey that these youth are on. They will never forget it every time they look at that and when they wear that. So Minatubanesuk will look after them wherever they go. And that's the same thing with Migasabigan, wampum belts, those beads that are on their shells. Same way, how they look after us. Now I was asked to do this with our former Gima. They want to give them something. And what they want to give them is very sacred as well. And it comes from the tree people. The tree people are important. For all of us across Turtle Island, we're sick. We don't know what to do. We don't know where to go at times. Anishinaabe way, all we need to do is we need to go to those stone people. Madot Sun Sweat Lodge. We need to go to those tree people. Sweat Lodge, Shake Tent, Rain Dance, Sun Dance. We need to go to them. Even in the bush, go to those Teguk and speak to them. Give them something of your offering to ask for help or guidance or even healing. They'll give you what they give you. And with this, that I'm talking about. It stands like this. Any tree you go to, trunk, and here's the branches. It knows you're coming. And when you come close to it, it looks down at us. Aha, what are you asking of me? Well, I come to you for help. I'm sick. I don't know what to do. Aha, come in. That's what they do. Different trees have different gifts they give us. And the other one here is Weegos. Weegos, birch bark, one of the sacredest trees of all too. That tree was put there for a reason for the Anishinaabe. He'll look after you. It'll give you its jacket when you want to keep warm. That bark that you want to use to build something even, or to make something. I'll give you that you need. You want to make your shkote. And as that tree starts to grow more, we was. And it starts, just like us, it starts getting old. And there's something that grows on that Uigwasatik. And they call that those mushrooms. I mean, that's what starts to form. And they're gray. And that's what they call those. That form of mushroom is gray when it first starts. And it doesn't stop there. As it gets older, and one day that matik will die, give up its life for Anishinaabe. But it doesn't give up. It'll keep going. And when that Weewasatik falls to the ground and give up its life, I'm not giving up. I'm still going to give Anishinaabe what they need. What does it give? Shkitagan they call. That fungus on that birch bark is black. Chaga, I guess you call it, Jaganash. Kchipshkik. Wikabu Chagan they call that one that draws sickness. It'll draw bugs out of someone. Wikabu Chagan. And it doesn't stop there. After it gives that, there's also something else it gives. When the weewa starts to get rotten from the inside, that wood, you can see the bark still intact. It's nice and round if you walk in the woods. And it's about this long, a foot, maybe 2 foot. What's that for? What's that hollow birch bark for? Oh, that's where our loved ones go. The ones that are lost, that have gone on. And nothing was ever done for them. No ceremony. Nothing. And all these other ones, these are the ones that took their own lives. Anishinaabe. We was, that's the one that's, Majan, Kagunay, I'll look after you. Until one day when Anishinaabe rises to acknowledge you and send you home properly where you need to go. A place called home. And what is that home called where we all end up one day? Deskebe Saucing. That's what it's called. It gives up its life for us. Mampidashia. And there's another one there. And a gawk, a porcupine. It was all nicely designed. A gawk, even not the malget, come and help. That's its duty. They had two, that four-legged, has something very sacred. And that's that zoalak, that tail. Where they used to use that tail for the Panakwege ceremony, they call it, I guess, in English. Panakwege. combing of the hair ceremony for grief. That's a grieving ceremony. They used to use porcupine tail. That's their gifts. There was a gawyuk, very sacred, those ones, how we use them and to respect them. And he gave up his life too. So that that porcupine went to the Wigos, not the Madot, to help someone by creating this this little gift that's in here. So we'll call up our former Gima Reg. Now, these gifts from the youth that gave, even this gift, it's not coming from anyone in here. Who's that from? It started from ceremony a while back, even this morning, all week. These gifts are actually coming from our ancestors. They're just coming through us to let us know what we need to do and what we need to give. All those gifts we receive, it's all from them. Given to you that too. The list goes on. That's actually from them, not from us, not from the nation. It's from the spirits for the work you've done. Oh, miigwech. Aha, Abish game over. There's another one. Nemeben, Abish and Meben. Melvin. Nemeben. Okay, we mean to go, I mean to go in. There's also a gift from you from the Duk, from all the work you've done. Kanagade, they make look after you. And that one there too is a wee matik. But there's one four-legged there. And there's what they call, we hear about medicine, man, women. God, y'all see, they don't exist. They do, they use their gift to harvest them. But all I know is this, there's only one medicine man. Who is it? A Makwa. Makwa, the bear. That's the one that harvests all the pshkik we need. That's the true medicine man, or woman, female. That's the one that helps us, you know. And that's the one that's going to help Mel. That's that gift that he's receiving. It's from the birch bark. And that Makwa made sure that he's going to put a mark in that bark. This is for Mel. Oh. That's it? Aha, Becca. Aha, Misa, we're done for the day, from what I understand. I know we're all good day because I mean we're tired, long day, but a good day. There's something you saw here that you witnessed with your very own eyes. It's an old Nishnaba way of life, how they did things under Market, a new chief. Don't ever call that ceremony English. What you call that is an abi winikewin. An abi winikewin is how we lined up what we're doing. All this, how it's lined up. Everything, how it's lined up. To do this. That's our way of life. Even our teachings, don't call them teachings, that's our ways of life. That's just the way Anishinaabe lived. So Kenegay wasn't there to take everything here. What we did, it's not ceremony. It's an abi winikewin, how we were given that way of life, how we do things. So tonight, I know tomorrow is different. We're going to start our sunrise ceremony tomorrow. And I would encourage Nishnabeg here. It's time to Nishnabeg start rising. Bring your gifts to the sunrise. Bring your bundle. Share your bundle. That's who you are. Let's sit there and then start off that beautiful day at Nishnawbe Gijigat. So tonight, we're going to leave everything as is here, just like last night. But I'll get the singers to sing a song for us to close it all up just for tonight. Aha.
Yeah.
Miigwech, how do you turn this on? Well, we need to get the flags out, and the staffs, like, they'll need to be danced out. In the same way that we had our grand entry and brought our staffs and our flags in, we will need to have the same and have them out. So if we could have the Gimak Kwek get your respective flags, and if we know some have departed, so gone home, made their travels home, so we're gonna ask staff to assist and those in the room as well to assist with, no? What's that? What, the flag? Yeah. The flags, the community flags, the staffs will stay for Anishinaabe Gijagut tomorrow.
One more announcement.
And before we do that, I do have gifts for our co-chairs, much in the same way as we gifted them with tobacco and cloth. We also have tokens of our appreciation for their work over the assembly and ensuring that the business of getting the resolutions passed was undertaken, and we appreciate their expertise in guiding us through that. And for a lot of you that are attending Chiefs of Ontario next week, we'll see them there again. But we have gifts for Vera, Adam, and Kingston. Vera, Adam, and Kingston. There was one more announcement.
So with that, we have one more very quick thing, very special. I'm going to call, where did we go? So it's the end of the day. We're going for supper, but we'd like to share a little bit. We have another birthday to acknowledge. So.
Ani Boshu. Oh, she's just gone to the bathroom. She'll be back. But okay. But we'd like to wish our Southeast Quebec Council, Nora Sawyer, a happy birthday. It's her birthday today. So when she come in, say happy birthday to her, please. Thank you, and we've got some cake for her. Miigwech.
So as soon as we see her come in, we'll acknowledge her. It is her birthday. Good question. I thought that was.
all of the leadership and everybody here, come grab a gift. There's a giveaway that was supposed to happen, but we're making things work. So all the Gimok, everybody, drummers, everybody here in attendance, come grab a gift. It all has to go. So come get some free goodies.